Друзья, это третий звонок. Я прошу всех подойти в зал. Сейчас мы уже начинаем представление второй части.
Starting, we are about to open the second part of our event. Leonid Glazachev and Tatiana Struk are joining me on stage. Good morning, dear friends. We are happy to hear all of you on site and those.
Very good to see you in the morning. I hope you are really truly awake and ready for the whole day. Please demonstrate your smiles or somehow otherwise just make sure that you hear us and you are fully awake.
We are starting the second part of the conference, UT conference. I was at the camp from the very beginning, from the very first day, so I can say that the first part was a success.
So actually, judging by the fact that most of you didn't leave and you're still here, you really liked the first part of it. And looks like the atmosphere and the happy faces I see here really confirm that.
И слова. During the first part, we listened to numerous speeches. We had wonderful time together. We had hundreds of people watching us online, and I'm sure we still have some people watching us now in this early hour. And I'm sure we will keep the pace up to the very end. So we are being streamed on website of UTCamp, on pros.com, and on YouTube, on Facebook. And I would like to remind you that we are supported by the team of our interpreters, simultaneous interpreters that are working for us right now, so that everyone could hear us and understand us.
Speakers from the whole of the translation industry who are preparing for their presentations yet. And in the next 2 days, we'll have presentations in 3 different tracks. So it's the art of translation, technologies and business, and the highlight of UTIC 2020. We have some cross-disciplinary and some even cross-cultural presentations. So we are asking our moderators, please come here. It's Václav Yehornov, Olga Dyakova, and yours truly, who haven't gone anywhere.
Thank you. Good morning, dear friends and colleagues, our participants online and on site. I'd like to invite you to join our track, The Art of Translation, today and tomorrow, because our program committee had worked really hard to offer you the most practical, topical, and inspiring presentations ever. Let me introduce our speakers briefly, just to help you to have an idea about our program. Today, after lunch at 3:10, we will enjoy this session with Will Hackett-Jones, and we will speak about the translation of slang and swear words. Later today, Anastasia Struk and Elena Glivinska will tell us about the update of translation industry brand in Ukraine. Also today, Also today, we will welcome Nigel Wheatley, whose presentation will be dedicated to quality assurance in translation. Tomorrow, on Saturday, Igor Bukharkov will start our program speaking about translation industry from the perspective of beginners. Later tomorrow, Orlando Chiarelli Chiarello and Tatiana Schwetz will tell us about the interaction of simplified technical English and the Russian languages. And now, attention please. After lunch tomorrow, Valentina Kozlova will join us to show the path to translators' happiness. So please don't miss your chance to get that priceless knowledge. And finally, Václav Yegornov will tell us not fairy tale, but a truly true story about translating and localizing into 2 languages by only 1 person. So you see, we have a lot to offer, and we encourage you to forward us your questions to speakers, your comments, and please be as active as possible. Thank you, and see you soon.
Thank you, Olga. This year, we have an absolute record in terms of the number of online viewers. More than 650 people registered for online participation. I would like to remind you that this year we have the streaming free of charge for you. I would ask you now to increase that number.
I think that you do truly appreciate this initiative, but please help the organizers. Please help all of us. We are looking forward to your donations, so please go to the conference utic.eu website and kindly click the donate button. Everybody will appreciate that.
І ще варто сказати, що
Організаторів. There is a huge number of people that have been supporting UTIC for a number of years and are supporting it this year. It was extremely important during this tough time. These are the sponsors and partners: Logros IT, Language Solutions Pro. Fyodor Bezrukov is also here with us on site. Leonid is here as well, so I'd use this opportunity to pass the floor over to him.
About the program, well, first of all, because I didn't read it this morning, so I do not remember. But we've got quite a number of very diverse speeches. Moreover, some of them were actually preempting the situation where we are now, and believe it or not, some of them were submitted even before, prior to the COVID pandemic, with the post-doom word as part of the topic. So, plus, we'll have a couple of prizes to draw, so prepare your smart questions. And now, I would truly suggest that we proclaim the second part of this conference open.
Ура!
Okay, and this is the right moment to say a big thank you to the organizing committee that could completely rework the strategy, change the approach, well, actually multiple times, as we know, and despite all odds, they organized not only a great program, but also a great live conference, which is so unusual. It's an incredibly rare sign of normalcy in our otherwise very disturbed lives nowadays. So, I'm talking about Tatiana Struk, Victoria Moroz, Anna Ivanchenko, Fyodor Bezrukov, Katya Filatova, Joseph Kovalyov, Alessandra Martelli, Paul Filkin, Samech Ragab, Konstantin Dranch, and yours truly.
Це так приємно, от зараз так лунно.
So nice to hear our names with you clapping at the same time. Now, a couple of words about the program. We are moving on with 2 halls here on site. In this summer hall, we will have the keynote speakers and those that are here in person. And we have the second hall, the terrace hall, where we would have only online speakers.
So please join in as well to our online session, because many people who have not been able to come, but they wanted to join. So from today evening, tonight, there will be Zoom rooms open for you, available for you, and the topic will be posted every day. So keep track of the announcements over the social networks, and you will be able to see those people whom you couldn't see, but still talk to them and share your impressions from this wonderful venue and show them how you drink your coffee at the riverbank. And don't forget about the evening concerts. Just like previous year, this year as well, it's a very interesting peculiarity about our event, and we will be broadcasting our evening concerts. Those of you who have not yet seen our concerts, you will be surprised how talented is our industry. Everybody's singing and dancing and doing a lot of interesting artful stuff, not only translation and interpretation. So this conference is now officially open, and let's give a round of applause to our presenters and begin our conference.
Okay, so before we are starting our presentations, Irina wanted to say a few words, and it's very important.
Or not.
So this is just an announcement. We previously announced that there should be interpreter battles tonight, but we've changed that. We want to draw lots, lottery for the tickets for the next UT Camp 2021, and we will be drawing the lottery tonight. There will be a session of video feedback and interviews. Right here next to the video cam, you'll be able to sit and tell a little bit about your impressions from this conference. If you need my help, I can ask you and guide you with questions and cues. And among the participants, there will be 2 free tickets for the next UT, so don't miss this opportunity. It's going to be tonight. And now Leonid will present our first keynote speaker. I want to give a short announcement as well. The same speaker will be continuing to communicate with you tonight in the Zoom room, so you're very much invited, both online and offline participants. The offline audience are very happy and eager to talk to you, those who are here physically in this location.
The keynote speaker is a very nice person who participated in UTIC last year. He's from Interlax Translations, and originally when I started reading the topic of his presentation, I honestly wanted to ask Nigel Sage, what did you smoke? Then I realized that he's traveling from the Netherlands, and his topic starts with size does matter. I will not read the remainder, or I can if you actually. It's size does matter, or is the translation industry restructuring itself?
Hello, Nigel. Do you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hi,
I
this
can't
is
see you.
Irina speaking.
Hello, Irina. I don't seem to be able
Yeah.
to get into my presentation.
And a lot of attendees are watching you now. So just say hello and we will step our hands.
Okay. Can I get started now? Because I had a few technical problems, but it seems to be okay,
Okay.
now. Right? Okay.
Okay. We can see your
So,
presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome from the Netherlands. I'm pleased to be joining you again, not in person, but online. I'd hoped to be there myself in Ukraine, but the way things happened, it didn't work. And I'm doing it virtually. I'd like to say hello to all my friends I met last year at the camp. I've seen some of you today on the camera. I've seen many good faces. I'd like to say hello to all the people who are watching either in the forest or at home. And of course, I'd like to say hello to all the chickens. Okay. I've been introduced as, you know who I am, and you know what my theme is the translation industry restructuring itself. Sometimes I've been told off for calling it an industry. People say, no, it's a profession. I think the words are not important. It is an industry because we work hard. It's a profession because we do it properly. So is the industry restructuring itself? Now, I have to say, I prepared this presentation back in January. And in January of this year, the world was a very different place to what it is now. So I'm not going to talk about how things are changing because of COVID-19. I'm going to talk about how things were changing before all this happened and how things will probably change. We assume they will change after it's happened. So you could say that 2020 has been postponed, although in reality it hasn't, because the fact that this conference is taking place today and this week means that you have found a way around the problems that we have with the pandemic. So it hasn't been postponed, it's just been delayed and it changed. Of course, lots of changes are taking place at the moment, but I'm more interested in the changes that have taken place and the changes that will take place in the future. The big question, of course, and one that I can't answer and nobody can answer is, will COVID make any difference to the rate at which it changes? Will it speed it up or will it slow it down? Well, we'll only know that in a year's time when we hope it's all over. Now, before I go on to talk about how the translation industry is changing or will change, let's have a look at a few other examples where market forces do apply. Examples that really have nothing much directly to do with translation, but certainly things we can learn from. My first example, hotel room in Dnipro tonight or last night. When I thought I was coming, a few months ago, I booked a hotel myself in the city for 2 or 3 nights before the conference, so I could do some sightseeing. And there's quite a choice of rooms. I could have this one, Hostel Portal for 12 euros. Not sure about that. That's 12 euros for 2 people, by the way, not just for 1 person. I could have River Park Apartment, looks very nice, 43 euros, which is by European standards, by Western European standards, that's really quite a cheap price. And that includes a double room with balcony. Or I could have the boutique hotel for 98 euros, which is the price I would expect to pay for a reasonable hotel room in most other countries. A huge choice in prices, and there were 160, 186 different rooms available. Look at those prices again. Big difference. So why can one charge 98 and the other one charge 12? Well, it's what you get. It's what you pay for, and people choose by price, they judge by quality in all walks of life. So for example, if I paid 12 euros and I got this, I would be extremely happy. But if I paid 98 euros and got that, I would be less happy. As I say, we choose by price, we judge by quality. There's a saying, you get what you pay for, and that's the same in our business as it is in any other business. My second example is the bookshop. Now, anybody over 20 years old will know what I mean. Anybody younger than that will probably say, what's a bookshop? Well, bookshops throughout the world have traditionally been like this. I call it a high street bookshop because you get them in the main parts of every town, city, and some villages throughout most of the world. In this case, it's a bookshop that also sells other things because the profit margin on books is very small. So you have to sell things like cards, stationery, magazines, where the profit margin is a lot higher. But this is a bookshop. It calls itself a bookshop, and that's what it promotes. It only sells other things because it needs to. And bookshops were like this until, I suppose, about 20 years ago. And then this happened. Suddenly, you could buy any book you wanted to online, have it delivered to your house, and it was cheaper. Now, Amazon nowadays has expanded so much that they sell virtually everything. I assume they still sell books, I don't know. But you can buy anything there, and they got fast delivery and good prices and an easy way of buying things. You don't have to go park your car outside the bookshop, go in, look around, it's there. And that's what we're used to now. At the other end of the scale, you have the antiquarian bookshop. Some people call it a junk bookshop. The antiquarian bookshop is usually something like this, a small room filled from floor to ceiling, stacked up with books, run usually by one or possibly two very enthusiastic people who love books. We're never happier than they are when they're surrounded by books. And you can see, finding what you want there is going to be very difficult. You might spend hours looking for something, or you might just go and say, oh, I'll take the first book, take a chance, see what it's like. But antiquarian bookshops, certainly in cities that have universities or other academic places, are still very popular, and people like them, even though they're very cold in the winter, very hot in the summer, and very dusty. People go there because it is an experience. So, which of those three things is in the biggest danger of survival? Well, certainly it's not the online shop because they are getting bigger and better every time. They're not in danger, and actually I think the antiquarian bookshop isn't in danger because there will always be a few people to go in and support that shop. It doesn't need thousands of customers per day. It works on a shoestring budget. It works very cheaply and it will survive. I fear the one that's going to disappear is going to be the bookshop, Gulliver's Bookshop, and thousands of Gulliver's bookshops all around the world because they cannot compete with the big boys, and they certainly cannot compete with the small antiquarian bookshop selling out of print, rare, second-hand books. I may be wrong, I hope I'm wrong, but I fear that's the way it is. My second example, a travel agent. And again, travel agents were things that we knew and respected and trusted for many, many years. It was a shop. It was full of brochures. It had nice people with big smiles who tried to seduce you to travel to faraway places. They had all the information. You would go and talk to them. Sometimes they'd been to the place themselves. They could tell you about it. Other times they pretended they'd been. But you had to feel good. You went there and you knew you were getting what you wanted. And that was what a travel agent did. And the travel agent made its money by selling you holidays. But nowadays, we book things online. When I was planning to come to Ukraine, I booked my flights, my hotels myself. I did not go down to the local travel agent and say, I'd like to stay in the middle of a forest, please, in Ukraine. Can you find something for me? No, I did it all myself. And most of us, I think, book holidays that way now. And at the other end, we've got the specialist. In this case, it's for disabled holidays, but it could be anything. It could be people with a specialist interest, pony trekking in Tibet or whatever. It doesn't matter what it is. It means it's a holiday that only appeals to a certain number of people. And people booking those holidays want to be absolutely certain that the person who is selling it to them has done his or her homework and knows what they're doing, because a lot depends on it. Now, if you're disabled, either physically or mentally, you have certain requirements that the average tourist does not need. And if you don't get those, your holiday is ruined. You can book it yourself online and trust the information you get is correct, or you can go to the specialist who will have checked it out beforehand, probably sold the same holiday to other people, and knows that it's genuinely good for you. And my last example is the clothes shop. I don't use clothes shops very much, I'm a translator, but a clothes shop, traditionally a local store nearby, a reasonable price, reasonable range, nothing special, but mostly what you want. You can go and get a suit there or a dress there, or if you're a translator, a set of pyjamas, and you would know that it was a reasonable price, but not as much choice as you might want. And that's always where clothes were sold. And then, I don't know in Ukraine if Primark has arrived. If it hasn't, it will do in the next couple of years. This is just one of many huge chains, international chains of clothes shops who have massive purchasing power. They can buy in the millions where the shop in the middle can only buy in the hundreds, and they sell them cheap. And they're very popular. And people go to Primark now who used to go to the clothes shop because they have much more choice. They don't get the same service, but they get a right price. And then again, at the other extreme, you have, now this word bespoke, I shall come back to that, remember that word, bespoke hand-tailored suits made to measure for celebrities, royalty, interpreters, those sort of people. And this picture of Savile Row, it's one street in central London that is full of shops selling very top price clothes made to measure, hand-tailored, bespoke. And the prices are different. You get a Primark and you can buy a suit for €100, possibly. I don't know, never done it. But they're cheap and they're okay. You go to that shop in the middle and you're going to pay 4 times as much for a suit because their costs are higher, they employ more staff, their purchasing power is less, and they rely on people going in, having a look around, being talked to, whereas in Primark it's difficult to find anyone to talk to except yourself, and you pay for that price. If you've got money to spend, and there are people with money to spend, you can go to Savile Row and you'll pay at least €5,000 for that same suit, but it won't be the suit you would have bought at Primark. It will be handmade, especially for you. Why that difference in price? How can a suit cost anything from €100 to €5,000? Well, we know the reason. That suit, the cheap one, almost certainly was made in the Far East in dangerous, dirty working conditions, not safe, bad working conditions, long hours, poor pay. But we use them. I wonder if I could see you raise your hands, I wonder how many people have bought a t-shirt for €3 knowing the person who made it was paid 3 cents, and that person could well have been an 8-year-old child in Cambodia or somewhere. We know about it, but we do it. The middle one, well, that's made in better working conditions. Fewer people working there, more space, is properly lit, it's safer, no danger of industrial accidents there. A lot of it is automated, but it's still controlled by people who are professional tailors. That's why you're paying the extra. And the ultimate extreme, the man who makes your made-to-measure suit, he probably only makes 2 of those each month, which is why he needs to charge that much to make a living. He's gone. There he is. And it will be made exactly for you. Your body measurements will be taken, he will lay it out, and every stitch will be controlled along the way. He'll probably call you in 3 or 4 times for a fitting and make sure it's absolutely right, and if it's not, he'll change it. And that's the price you have to pay for that sort of service. Once again, which of those 3 is in danger of disappearing? Not the big internationals. They've got the market covered. Not the bespoke specialists. There are enough people in the world, not many, but you don't need many, enough people in the world to support those. It is, I'm afraid, the middle one that's likely to disappear because they can't afford the cost, they can't compete on price, they can't compete on quality. But I'm talking about clothes shops and bookshops and travel agents, and that's not what I'm here to do. What does that have to do with our job as translators, interpreters, editors, anybody working in the language and linguistic world? Will the changes that have happened to other industries, will they affect us? I'm not a fortune teller, I don't know, I can just go through the possibilities. And I call them the 3B principle. My 3 Bs, I shall introduce them one by one. First one you'll be very familiar with is the word bulk. My second one, boutique. And my third one, coming back to that word I mentioned earlier on, is bespoke. Bulk, boutique, and bespoke. What do they mean? Well, bulk, you all know, it means big, large, lots of it. It can apply to virtually anything. Bulk buying, doing things in large numbers, right? Boutique used to be a French word, it's been borrowed or stolen by the rest of the world, and it now means, not a shop, but it means serving a sophisticated or specialized clientele. Or you could say serving a clientele that likes to think it is sophisticated or specialized. Boutique is the middle part, the middle range. So it's the travel agent, the bookshop, the clothes shop in the middle of those three. And bespoke, normally used for clothes, but can be used in many other ways. It means goods or services made to order. So not something that you can go and pick off the shelf, something that you order and it is made especially for you. Like having a building designed by an architect, you can say what you want and what you don't want, and you have the choice. Bulk translations. What do we mean by bulk translations? Well, we all know what bulk translations are because we've all seen them. That's a bulk translation. Okay, it's in Latin. It doesn't matter what language it's in because no one's going to read it. Bulk translations are the things that have to be there because either regulations require it, the washing machine instructions, or it has to be there for legal reasons. And you know what it's like, you scroll down through 35 pages of 6-point type just so you can then click that box at the bottom saying, I accept the terms and conditions. You don't read it. The person who wrote it knows you don't read it. The person or the machine who translated it doesn't care if you read it or not. It has to be there. It serves a purpose. There are exceptions, of course. In the academic world, in the medical world, you have very thick documents, again, with thousands of words, which are translated properly because they are going to be read. I don't call that a bulk translation. I call that just a lot of translation. But by bulk, I mean stuff that is just there because it needs to be there, and the quality of translation doesn't matter because it's very unlikely to be read. Just skim through. A key example, sorry, that was a pun on the word key. A key example of bulk translation. Now, this is something that I'll go slowly because it takes quite a bit of brain power to get your ideas around this. Remove product from packaging. Well, the instructions were inside the packaging, so to have got the instructions, you obviously unpacked and taken the thing out. So that's totally redundant. Insert batteries into the battery compartment. I can't imagine anywhere else where you would insert batteries except into the battery compartment. And so you're just about to do that, and then you say, batteries not included. Switch on. Now, that's not enough technical information for most people, so it goes a bit further and explains using the on-off switch, just in case you didn't realize. And finally, your device is now ready to use. One assumes if you've managed to get it out of the packaging, you've managed to switch it on, having put the batteries in, that you know it's ready to use. That is just useless information, but it's useless information in 26 languages. So some translators have made a bit of money on translating it, but really it's totally unnecessary in the first place. You could say It's designed in paradise. It's produced in China. It's translated by Google. Boutique translations, something that appeals to me because I work as a boutique translator, if you like. I own a translation company here in the Netherlands, and we specialise in boutique translations. Doesn't mean we translate about shops, but we do things in a creative and a specialist way. Boutique translations can usually include, although not only, marketing, of course, because marketing needs a certain style of language to get the message across. Retail, again, if you've got a good product, you need to sell it, and that's where your descriptions of labels, displays in the shop need to be translated correctly if you're operating in various countries. Tourism, most definitely. Tourism is the best use I can think of for boutique translations because everything has to be wonderful, everything has to be fabulous, everything has to be just make you happy. Publicity, of course, any sort of publicity cannot be done as a bulk translation. It has to be done by people who know what they're talking about, who know the product, who can describe it in the best ways. Literature, to a certain extent, I'm not sure if literature is really boutique translation, but I put it in anyway. And entertainment, most certainly. Whether you're a symphony orchestra or a pop star, you need to promote yourself. You need people to come and buy tickets for your gig, your concert, and that is where boutique translation, in my mind, comes in. It's creative translation. Bespoke translation. This is the other end of the market from bulk. Now, it may include uncommon language pairs. Probably as a few days ago I had an email from somebody who said, I can translate from Welsh into Georgian. Or was it Georgian into Welsh? I can't remember. It doesn't really matter. I thought, okay, sir, but at the moment I don't actually have any work for you, but I'll keep a note of your name, and when I get that Georgian into Welsh or other way around translation, I know exactly where to find you. If it's English into Spanish or Spanish into English, there are 10 million people, all of whom could do a good job. They're not bespoke. Political and governmental is interesting because in some forms of translation, certainly medical, technical, legal, then the translation has to be 100% accurate, pure, and virtually no difference between the two languages. That's the important thing. Political and governmental, now, sometimes it's not what they say, it's what they don't say, and it's what they want you to think, and that can be different in different countries. So as a political translator, you've got to know what that politician wants you to think and apply it to a different country and a different language, which is a skill I don't have. It's something I don't particularly want to do, but it's not just translating the words, it's translating the concept, the mindset and the thoughts behind it, because politicians and governmental people are not always known for their complete honesty. Specialist knowledge. To be a good translator of specialist knowledge, you need to have that knowledge yourself. One example I can think of is medical translation. The only medical translators I know were actually people with a medical background who then became translators and not translators who studied medicine. I'm sure that applies to many other specialisms. Again, you have to know your subject 100% or more than 100%. Religious and ethnic is a tricky one again, because different things appeal to different people. You need to know the message behind it, and religious translation is a very, very tricky thing to do because you get the message wrong and you got the words wrong. And of course, transcreation. Transcreation, again, of those 5 examples, that's the only one I would ever consider doing. I do quite a lot of transcreation. A lot has been talked about transcreation at this conference, at last year's conference, and at many conferences. It's a bit of a buzzword at the moment. People are getting into transcreation, although there's nothing new about it. Chris Durbin, who you may know, calls bespoke translation premium translations, and she, in fact, was quoting Kevin Hendel. Chris gave a talk recently about premium translations, and by that she means not so much how the translation industry is changing, but how you as an individual translator can move up the ladder, how you can get into that niche market of translations where you can earn more, get better clients, and specialize and succeed. So we have the same concept, the same belief, just different messages behind it. In my case, it's how the industry is changing. In Chris's case, it's how you as an individual can change. And she says things like, markets where the cost of failure is dramatically higher than the cost of performance. The cost of failure is something we don't often think about in translation. We think about how much it costs, but not how much it's going to cost if it fails. And she goes on to say, the bulk market translators' heads are buried in dictionaries. Premium market translators are buried inside their clients' heads. That's wonderful, Chris. I wish I'd written that. It's just perfect. Buried inside your clients' heads. If I can just give a little plug, Chris and I will be co-hosting a Zoom room session at 6 o'clock local time this evening, and you're welcome to join us and discuss this and other things. So, to summarize, bulk, large volume, minimal quality, but acceptable quality, no rubbish, right? It's not the sort of thing that has definitely been translated by an outdated version of Google Translate. No, the quality is good enough for what it has to do. Again, the washing machine instructions, you only read them when the washing machine breaks down, and then it's too late. But it has to be okay, it has to be accurate, but it hasn't got to be beautiful. Right? Quick output, low rates, limited human involvement, and that's going to be even more limited in the years to come. Boutique, that's my section if you like. Low volume, high quality, I like to think. Acceptable output, reasonable rates, and a combination of CAT tools and people, conventional methods. So it still requires the human being, but it can also use technology where appropriate. So not top-notch, but certainly not large volume. And then bespoke, restricted volume. The absolute top in quality, you cannot beat it anywhere else. It's tailor-made, whether it's a suit or a translation. It's made to fit your requirements. It doesn't matter what it costs. There will always be people who can pay that money, and it can be virtually done without technology. I mean, the bespoke translator here has a nice feather quill. The bespoke tailor has a nice pair of scissors and a few needles, and that's about as far as technology goes. Now, if you're getting very depressed at this stage and thinking, you know, where am I in all this? How do I fit in as a translator? Is it worth it? Should I go and hit the bar right now? No, don't worry. Only 1% of the internet has been translated. 1%. 99% of it is still in one language, so there's plenty of work for you. Just go and find it, just like that. And Google Translate translates more words in 1 minute than all the other translators in 1 day. You want figures? I'll give you some figures, but they're out of date. They're from 2017, so they're 3 years old. 300 billion words then by Google, and 200 billion words by us. But 200 billion is a lot of words. If you can get a few thousands of those for yourself, you're okay. So don't panic. There's plenty of work there. Don't worry about the huge, great companies taking over, pushing you out. They won't push you out, they'll push you sideways. I'll try and explain what I mean about that. When all this is over, and the changes that were taking place up until January, February of this year will continue to change in January, February of next year, earlier we hope. When that happens, we're going to see how it affects us. Okay, here's our profession in visual form. And here's you, screaming for help. Where do we go from here? I've lost the way. Help me, somebody, tell me what I should be doing. Well, the only person that can tell you what you should be doing is you yourself, of course, but there are some guidance. This will no longer happen. Nice, neat, and tidy. You've got the bulk, you've got the boutique, and you've got the bespoke. And they're all in their nice, separate sections. Bit of distance between them all. They don't interfere. They're all getting on and doing their job at their level of quality, their level of price, and that's safe. We know it. We feel good with that. But that's changing. And it's going to do that. Let's go back so you can see that becomes that. You can see still the same three sections, the bulk, the boutique, and the bespoke, still doing their own job, but of course it's created an empty space on the left-hand side. What happens if you create an empty space? It gets filled. And of course, this is now being filled by cloud translation, by machine translation, or more importantly, by neural machine translation. I'm sure a lot of you know far more about that than I know about it. So I'm not going to tell you about neural translation because I don't know that much about it. It hasn't really affected me, but I know it is affecting our industry. And there's a description, not my description, but one which I think says what it means. And it's here to stay. We've learned to live with machine translation. We're now going to have to learn to live with artificial intelligence, NMT, and all those other things. But it's not going to be as simple as that. That's the situation at the moment. We've now got 4 categories, 4 separate sections, all separate, all doing their own thing. It's going to change. That's what's going to change. NMT is going to get bigger. And you see what it's doing? It's pushing the bulk into the boutique. It's moving it across. The gentleman on the right is unaware of all this. He's still writing his book. He's still cutting his suit out. He won't be affected, but the rest of us will in some way or another. It could even be that. So, bespoke translator, he'll carry on. He doesn't worry about it. He doesn't even know about it. The boutique translator, people like me and some of you, we will be under competition. The bulk translator will need to reorganize, is reorganizing as I speak, which is a bit of a threat for the boutique people who used to be in the middle. We're now being pushed sideways. You can see what's happening. It's pushing everything to one side, although the bespoke man is not being pushed anywhere because he's at the top. And if you're at the top, you can't be pushed any higher. How will it affect the rates? What we charge, what people are prepared to pay. This is only a prediction on my point. I would suggest this. I'll go back. That was there. And you notice that the boutique stays about the same. But the bespoke translator can charge even more. He's become even more of a specialist. The bulk translator will have to charge less. And the NMT, the cloud translator, charge even less than that. Bulk translation companies, a lot of them are rebranding themselves. I know many who say we are creative translators. I'm not worried about that. I don't see it as a threat to me as a creative translator. I do question how a company or an individual who's been translating technical work for 20 years can suddenly class themselves as a creative translator, because I, as a creative translator, could never suddenly say, I've become a technical translator. I don't have those skills. I'm not criticizing it, I'm just questioning, is that really this? Is that possible? Can you suddenly decide you want to be creative and press the creative button and suddenly your world has changed? I know a few boutique translation companies are concentrating more on marketing and transcreation. In my case, I've always done that, but companies are, the middle section, the boutique translators are saying, well, I've got to specialize. I can't do too many things. There's no point specializing in the sort of things that are being taken over by bulk companies pushing me out of the way. So I should go into marketing, transcreation, that sort of thing. And bespoke translators are specializing even more. And if you've got the money, you can go to them. If you haven't, they're not interested in you. And NMT translations will lower their fees, lower their rates, in some cases offer things completely for free. Well, what is free? If you use Google Translate, you don't actually pay money to do it, but the minute you use it, all your text becomes their property and they can do whatever they like with it. And of course, no such thing as a free lunch. They sell you as a product, but that's another question. We know about that. NMT is going to be even more so. Free translations at a press of a button. Is this the world of the future? Each section, each category now, the book people, the clothes shops, the travel industry, and translation, all neatly arranged into different levels. The question that we don't know is, that middle section, is that the one that's going to disappear? Will we have a world that is just that? I hope not. I don't think so, but we don't know. But it's a good idea to be prepared, and you can prepare yourself in different ways. You can prepare yourself by looking around and seeing what the rest of the industry is doing. You can look at what you do yourself and say, just because I've been doing it like this for 5 years, 10 years, 3 weeks, is that the way to survive? Probably it's not, because you can't ignore change. You can go along with it, or you can fight it. Fighting it, in our case, is a waste of time, because it will just fight back. If you're put under pressure to lower your rates, and I believe that in the industry now, many companies, many large agencies are increasing, they're increasing their prices, they're lowering your rates, and they pay far less. They say, well, it's COVID. We've got to pay less because of COVID. I think, well, why should COVID make you pay less? You're using it as an excuse. But I know there's pressure out there, especially in the last few months when a lot of us translators have had not as much work as we would like to have. The tendency, the temptation is to say, I'll make it more expensive, I'll pay less. Other industries don't do that. They don't suddenly put the price up because they haven't got much work. You don't go to a travel agent. Perhaps you do. Interestingly, now that people are going back on holiday in the last few weeks, certainly in Western Europe, the borders have reopened within Europe, and people are now booking holidays, and the price of hotels, campsites, holiday villages has gone sky high because suddenly people want them. The last few months, when it was difficult to travel and people were unwilling to travel, the prices came down. So why, in translation, when there's not much work, do we put the prices up, and why do we pay our translators less? I say we, I should say they, because I'm not in that category. If you're put under pressure to lower your rates, there's a simple answer. And this is the simple answer. Of course we can do it cheaper. You get what you pay for, you pay money, and you take your choice. Thank you very much. I don't know how many of you are out there, I can't see any of you, but thank you for joining me today. There'll be time for questions in a moment. If you want to contact me with questions, if you're not able to do so live now, there's my contact details below, and I'll be happy after the broadcast to get in touch with you. If there's anything I said that you either were not clear about, disagree with, or even agree with, you can contact me. I wish I was there with you.
Thank you.
Hope to see you next year in 2021, and thank you for being here with me today.
Okay, Nigel, thank you. So, do we have any questions for Nigel? Yes, we have one question from Alexander Bondarenko.
Hello, anyone there?
Yes, hello, Nigel. Thank you very much for such a nice presentation. It's so sorry that you're not here this year, hopefully next year one. So the question is, in spite of all these technological upgrades and specificities and new tendencies you've been talking about, what makes you tick What makes you
I don't
believe
know
in
if
translation industry?
anyone can hear me or see me. I seem to have lost contact with UTIC.
Nigel, do you hear me? We will wait for a minute. Nigel? Just 1 second to recheck. Nigel, do you hear me? We lost connection, I believe. And one more time. Nigel, do you hear me? So we will try one more time, and if we'll not succeed in it, I'll forward the question of Alexander to Nigel, and he will answer this evening on our Zoom session. Yeah, and we will just can make a video recording for the answering this question. So I'll forward the question of Alexander to Nigel. He will answer this evening on our Zoom session. That's
Sorry,
right.
I have my sound turned down. Can you just say it again, please, Irina? I didn't hear what you said.
Yes, I believe you turn on your YouTube recording now, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we will just can make a video recording for the answering this question. I suppose it will be forever. Just forward the question of Alexander to Nigel. He will answer this evening. Hi Nigel, if you can hear me, can you please turn off YouTube sound? That's right.
I have my sound turned down. Can you just say it again, please, Irina? I didn't hear what you said.
Yes, I believe you turn on your YouTube recording now, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we will just can make a video recording for the answering this question. I suppose it will be. Thank you. Nigel, do you hear me? Yeah?
I can hear you.
Nigel, if you can hear me, can you please turn off
Turn off.
YouTube sound? Guys, I believe that's a proof that live events will always be on top. Nigel, thank you very much for being today with us. I will gather all the questions I have and forward to you today, and we will be able to discuss them during the Zoom session this evening. Thank you so much, and waiting for you and Chris today at 6 p.m. in our Zoom room. Thank you so much, and applauses for Nigel. And now Tatiana will announce another speaker. Yes. No.
Are you ready?
Yes, so. Yeah. Yes, sure. So, yes, we had our speech finished a little bit earlier. So, do you have any jokes ready?
No, no, no. Nobody is living. Nobody is.
Nobody's.
Okay, okay.
Yes, you can
There
go
is a
to a
spare
bathroom.
bed.
Yes. We will continue just in a few minutes with our another speaker. So we just had Nigel Sage with us, and with his speech. And I repeat that all questions you have, maybe you will just think everything he told us, and you will find another questions for him. They will be available today at 6 p.m.
And don't forget to watch the broadcasting of the concert in the evening. That's the important part. Yes, I think.
So today we will have a concert with a unique artist. It's Nick Rodin. He's playing guitar in a unique technique of loop songs, loop melody, loop technique. It's when you're playing the multiple streams using one instrument. Yes, we will be able to hear songs of Ukrainian rock bands, Okean Elzy and Skryabin. The remake songs, of course. I believe we will be able to invite Skryabin or Okean Elzy live in our further events as well. Yes, that would be nice. Yes, and also we will have some lotteries and other activities with nice prizes today during the concert. And as you know, we had some Zoom session with Maha and Natalia Fedorenkova on Tuesday, and they announced that you will be able to win a prize of 1 hour session of RCI expert Maha or Natalia tonight. So don't miss the opportunity to attend our Zoom rooms every evening. And then you maybe will be able to have some nice bonuses or some nice prizes when you're attending our online activities. You still don't have any jokes, no?
No, no, no. Less and less jokes in my head. Я ще хотіла сказати, що, будь ласка,
I wanted to say that you should remember that among us, there is a winner of European Lviv competition. These are young translators, potential translators. If you see them, grab them, share your experience, and try to somehow show how interesting this profession is, because not all of them dare to come up to people and talk. Already yesterday their eyes were not scared anymore, so please help them and tell them about our field. And at this UT camp, we also do the second part of our project, Box of Chocolates. Last year, this session broke all records because this session, as you can understand from this complicated allusion in its title, it refers to Forrest Gump movie, that life is a box of chocolates and you never know which one you're going to get. So last year, directors and owners of translation companies from Ukraine and Russia shared their stories of how they started their business, what were their fears, what they risked, what they lost, what they gained. That turned out to be very interesting and very open. Maybe even too open, I'm afraid. But this year we decided to collect women who work in this field, because for some reason last year it was an almost exclusively male session, except Svetlana Svetova. Yes, it's all about the character, I can say. So this year, we are going to have Manal Amin from Erebus with a very interesting story, how she occupied her place here at the market, very unfavorable for women. It might seem there's going to be Sabina Yasinska, who is also going to share her story with us, as well as Ilona Voronova, who is going to tell about the ways of working in an IT company in this vector and localization, and Irina Tulovska, who promised to come back, but for now we don't see her, who is the head of localization in a company which produces dubbing for the films. So that's also very interesting.
Now, I am absolutely happy to introduce our next keynote speaker. This is Sabina Yasinska, who made all her way here, and we can listen to her in these beautiful surroundings. Sabina is the global marketing leader, and I'm sure that everyone knows her like one of the best experts in marketing field. So she'll share her knowledge about how to deal with situation now. And thank you that you came here, that it's so great to see you. Just give a big hand to Sabina. No.
Guys, thank you so much, and thank you, Tanya, and thank you everyone for inviting me. I'm super excited to be here and to be here in person. And to all of you who are joining us online, please do everything you can to come here next year. Honestly, this is a little paradise. So big thanks to the organizers, to Intex, to Stanisław, to Tanya, Aliona, Irina, everyone who is making this place special, as well as all of you here. And to my two interpreters, I have Dimitri and Anya, who are interpreting my talk now into Russian and into Ukrainian. Honestly, I'm deeply honored. I'm deeply touched that it's happening. So thank you so much. So as Tanya mentioned, I'm Polish. And yes, I had a good flight. Thank you very much. And if you haven't asked me about it, I mean, you're already too late. But I used to work, as Tanya mentioned, for lots of like top agencies, top LSPs, representing all their marketing activities globally. And now I work for, actually since this year, I started to work for a great marketing agency based in London. And my first project was COVID. So I was super lucky to actually work, of course, on a COVID campaign. And you, sorry? So it's you. It is me. And you see the mushrooms, because I know that one of many things that we share with Ukrainians is, of course, the love for mushrooms. I wouldn't recommend eating those ones, but I think we need to be open-minded anyway. So, but before I go any further, I have a question for you. Who is here tired of talking about COVID and COVID it out? Oh, guys, I thought no one would say that, so I thought I already said like, oh, you were so polite, but you know. Well, it didn't happen. I was not prepared for that possibility. Anyway, I actually have to tell you, I love COVID. I know it's very unpopular, but I think it's one of the most creative things that happen in marketing for us. And I think, Irina, you are going to agree with me. Thank you for showing me. So if I wanted to summarize it in 3 main things that all of you seen, so this is just to summarize that. First of all, there were so many campaigns focused on community. So charity and social content, also content given for free. Of course, you know, usually that was a content prepared before, but it really helped with increasing the visibility. Sustainability. On one side, everyone was talking about well-being, mental health, also knowing that COVID would end at some point, so they had to have those campaigns being continued. But at the same time, we produced lots of plastic during this whole time. And finally, creativity. I think this is one of the best things that we could all witness during COVID in marketing campaigns. Online experiences that we've never joined before, new channels that everybody was starting to learn, but also real-time marketing. And real-time marketing, I think, is now on steroids. And we've seen it before. Usually it's linked with some current event. It has to be significant enough for everyone to notice. And then companies create campaigns based on that and get lots of visibility, especially in media. This is one that you might remember. When Brad and Angelina broke up, immediately Norwegian started to promote flights to LA. And then this is a Polish campaign. Have you ever heard about it? Eat apples against Putin. Do you remember this one? So when the conflict in I thought that you might have known it. So when the conflict in Ukraine started, Poland was actually against everything that was happening. And because of that, we were punished by an embargo. So Polish produce was not exported to Russia. And some of the groups of producers that were punished the most were Polish apples. 55% of Polish exported apples were actually going to Russia. So the entire country, in the act of solidarity, started to eat apples. So here you see our ex-prime minister having apples, just on television. Everyone posting eating apples on social media. And some of the companies who actually made even more business with that, and this is shocking, cider. Like in Poland, of course, vodka, beer, mead, like all kinds of alcohol. We actually we haven't used drinking cider. Cider only started to be popular thanks to this action against Putin because it was eat apple and drink apple. And that company, with almost no budget, became very, very popular. But now, of course, thanks to COVID, we had so many of those amazing campaigns. All the Ukrainians here, have you seen this one? I think this is really clever. It was actually your Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, using famous pieces of art to talk about safety measures. I thought it was pretty clever. And of course, many others. Maybe you've seen some of those. Le Whopper de la quarantaine. So that's the Burger King in Paris. And then the Australian gyms talking about flattening the curve after COVID and signing up for a gym. And of course, lots of famous brands who were distancing their logos. Even Nike had "Just Don't Do It." That was their logo for a while. Other things that were happening, I think I love this one. For Mum's Day in the UK, there were cards saying, "I don't care if everyone is doing it. You are not everyone. Stay home." Why? Because I said so. That's why. So mom, stay home. Don't invite guests. Wash hands and be safe. And a few other things. So those are, I thought it was a pretty clever email campaign with a company that makes shirts. And of course, giving different advice how to dress for a conference call. And this is actually one of the main themes of the whole COVID marketing was really more humor, less serious, because how to be serious if everybody you talk with is in their pajamas. So you really have to get down a notch. And a few amazing things that happen leading through change. Have you seen those webinars? No? I really recommend that you take a look. Those were webinars created by Salesforce. And that's why I say everybody always recommends to do a webinar until Salesforce started to do webinars. Because they invite Metallica, Sheryl Crow, CEO of Starbucks is talking how they deal with COVID. It's impossible to beat it. But honestly, I totally recommend to watch it. It's amazing. And then the last one is actually that became famous thanks to an article in New York Times. Airbnb, as you know, as many of our other companies in the hospitality business, started to terminate lots of their employees. So they actually fired 1/3 of all the employees. And the only business that was thriving on the Airbnb side was experiences. Have you heard about those? Those were absolutely sold out. Actually, one of the top ones that you were not able to even join was a guy walking in Chernobyl and with stray dogs, and that was an Airbnb experience. But only 8 people at the time could join online. This one is a guy walking in a completely empty Prague at night with a plague mask and talking about plague. So pretty amazing. But this one is actually my favorite, and it was only, I would say, published 2 weeks ago. Have you seen it? So this is for all the classical music lovers here. I hope that the sound will be there. Oh, Aliona. No sound. So I know that you all know the sound. This is Swan Lake by Tchaikovsky. And there were 27 ballet like the most amazing ballet dancers around the world performing in their baths. And it's really beautiful. You should watch it later. Okay, we might have a chance. Okay, guys, at least the visual is great. Okay. Okay, I'm going to, let's stop it now, unless you really want to see it. Visual is great, let's move on. But really, this is the type of experiences that suddenly were being created around the world, absolutely creative, and that we've never seen before. And if you missed it this time, really that's actually quite a big loss. Okay, let's move on to the next one. So now the question is, because that's the main topic of this talk, is so what are we doing next? Because everything has changed, and I really believe that it changed for the better. And there was a survey just a few months ago, before COVID, that was done by Gala, by Elia, by EUATC, and they were asking different respondents what they think, of course in the localization industry, which channels, in their opinion, are the best performing. And they cited SEO, client industry events, Google AdWords, LinkedIn, and we know that many of those things actually are not valid anymore. I would say, based on my experience also working on the marketing agency side, that LinkedIn, it's over. Promoting things on LinkedIn is very expensive, but at the same time, LinkedIn creates so many fake profiles, or they're done automatically. For example, you say like, oh, there are so many jobs. Actually, many of those jobs are created automatically. I would say that some of those channels are actually over, and I see it day after day. Print, outdoor, TV advertising. Don't waste your money on that, because this is gone. And so what's left? So of course, events are still there. And thank you guys for still doing this against all odds. So before COVID, I would say that one of the best ideas that I had ever doing any of those big events was to localize content. So localize really the theme. This is Lockwork in Warsaw. I'm based in Warsaw, so of course I organized a tour in the city. I did the Polish theme. We got some Polish tea set as a gift. I mean, we played that to an end, extent. And this is really what gives you the best visibility. So I really recommend to play that card wherever you go abroad. And of course, million different organizations. So I joined all of those, and I was going to all different events, but also because of a very specific reason. I used to work for Donnelley, or our Donnelley before, $12 billion company, so huge. But we were a very, very tiny department there, and we knew that at some point we wanted to be acquired. But we didn't want to spend too much money on like Gala and Lockwork and all those different places, so mostly we're spending money on entertaining our clients, but entertaining them so well that we will have a private lodge at Roland Garros and send them tennis balls signed by Nadal or whoever. But no money, of course, for Gala, Lockwork, and all those things. So I was designated person to just go there by myself and make sure that everybody knows me, so then someone would acquire us. And that's why I joined all those things. I did all the call for papers, and I was elected to different boards, and we were acquired by SDL. So this is one of the many, many things that those events can offer. But now, what are the very good ideas that we have at this moment? So I mentioned that I work for a marketing agency based in London. We're actually sending to our clients tea sets, sometimes also gin and tonic, and we invite them for a nice tea party. It's super, super successful. So many clients are joining. This is really a very good idea that I just wanted to give you for free. We also have some clients in Switzerland. So for those, we actually send them picnics. We do a webinar with a background showing Swiss mountains. And we also recently invited a cow. Have you heard about this recent craze? They're actually different farms that can rent an animal for a webinar. So we actually had, and the idea was that, of course, we wanted to grow that account. So first we did very, very few people joined the first one, but of course a week later everybody wanted to join, and after that everybody was joining with their children. So that's how we actually grew an account quite significantly in Switzerland. Also, cool ideas. Of course, everybody loves gifts. We are also sending a flower pots, and I adapted that specifically for you. It's about with some message when you can talk about the right soil and pot, so the technology, sunlight expertise, hiring a gardener, PM, and of course, you need to send a plant that is you almost never dies. Then meet for a coffee. This is what we used to do at Donnelly at SDL, sending Starbucks cards, of course playing with the theme of Italian coffee, American coffee, Turkish coffee, and all kinds of different coffees. But also you can twist it with the type of coffee, sweetener, or brewing expertise and match it with different services that you offer. And of course, this type of campaigns works especially now because we're all bored with the usual. So next one, email marketing. That's the channel that actually, everybody says email marketing is dead, but it's not. And let me tell you why. My company actually works, we have email marketing technology and we also send emails. We actually work with the biggest banks and asset management firms. And this year, they have to move all their marketing budget from all the lavish events, from the beautiful print, meeting nice restaurants, to actually email. And many of them were used to send an email once per month. Now they're sending that even 3 times per week. And all the receivers are people who are what is called high net worth or ultra net worth individuals. So those who have 1 million, 5 million, or 30 million in their financial assets. So that's why this actually proves that email marketing is still the customer acquisition channel #1. So that's actually the report that you can read. It's on our website. So where you can, I co-authored that, so very, very proud. It actually shows different trends of the email marketing during COVID. And what's actually crazy about it, that not only everybody started to send emails, as I mentioned, from once per month to 3 times per week, and it's also because they very often, they wrote something at night, Trump tweeted something in the evening, they had to redo all the content in the morning. The marketing teams were working almost non-stop, finishing at midnight, starting at 6 a.m. because of the dynamically changing situation and sending those emails. And what's actually also interesting during this whole time, that even if they were sending more emails, there were less opt-outs, less people who were unsubscribing, less bounce backs, and also we could see, and we see it in our data, people were working non-stop. We see emails being opened from 4 a.m. in the morning until midnight. And you can also see when they're open on mobile or when they're open on desktop, and you can clearly see like the entire French population is now going to have a breakfast because now they're on mobile, and then they're going to have lunch because they're on mobile. It's amazing to see that. So it's really hard proof that people were working nonstop during COVID. So email marketing isn't dead, but bad practices are. And just a few cool facts about email marketing, just to convince you even more that this is still the #1 acquisition tool. $1 or €1 spent on email marketing brings back almost 40 euros. More conversion, 66% more conversion than any other channel, 40% more effective than social media. And this is because when you open your Facebook, there are already 1,000 messages waiting for you. So you see only 2% of whatever someone intended you to see, 2%. But over 90% of the email that should end in your mailbox end in your mailbox. Also, the value 3 times higher than social media. And finally, 72% of people prefer to use all the receive all the promotional content through email. And this is because it's just a better customer experience. Because you might call them, send them an SMS, contact them on LinkedIn. But then when they need to find who was contacting them, they don't know where to look. And in email, they can actually filter that. And of course, they're paid to check their email, their work email. They're not paid to check their LinkedIn. So a few email marketing tips based on my experience also working for the marketing agency. Personalization, that's super important because that actually shows that you care about your reader. And here, just a little something. I made it this morning. Let me see. Who's that? Oh, that's for Irina, who's interpreting there. Okay. This one is for you. Okay, I have to admit I had more chocolates, but I ate them. What else? Oh, we have here for Leo for making it here from the States. Oh, here. And you see, so the first row is getting, yeah, Tanyushka. Okay. Okay, the rest we'll share, fairly between everyone. So personalization, personalization, very, very important. So let me show you how it works. I know that you cannot even see it from there, so let me offer you something valuable that you can actually read after the conference. So you probably know the localization maturity model. Everything in the world has a maturity model, including personalization. It starts with manual. So for example, after the conference, you copy the text, you send it to everyone. Of course, it takes so much time, it's not personalized enough. Then you start using some technology and you start adapting. You are still sending the same email, but you just change the first name. This is static. You are actually losing money if you do this. Then you go a bit further up when you actually start to segment your list. You send something different to HR managers, maybe something different to a legal department. That's already getting better. And then further you go, and I can actually show you that later when you can actually see it. Further you go, you actually have more impact on your revenue. You can orchestrate all the experience between the email and different preference, things that people did on our forms that they fill out online. And basically, the idea is that everything you do online with a brand, all the touch points, is a simultaneous experience. And in order to do that, of course, you have to have additional technology who will help you with that digital footprint. And that's the orchestration. Of course, it's not perfect because you've seen it probably. You go to Sicily and you come back and you still get ads about the hotels in Sicily. So it's not perfect, but it's getting there. Also, maybe you cannot read all that text, but basically what it is, and this is what you should start doing, and this was a big breakthrough for us at Donnelley Language Solutions, because we used to send exactly the same message to everyone, and we were really, we would spend so much time writing this perfect email, and then realizing that basically nobody was engaged because it was really to no one. So then we started to do research related to buyer personas, so those people who buy from us. And in localization, we have lots of buyer personas, but those are maybe two most important ones. Lone wolf localizers. I'm sure that you used to work with those. So those are people who are extremely interested in translation. Maybe they're linguists, they studied language, they traveled, or they're actually interested by that. So if you send them an email about, we were thinking about this term, but then we decided maybe this term, they would be super, super excited about it. And also their goal is to create localization as a separate function within their organization. So they are going to do everything in order to create that and maybe create a new department. So of course it's a pleasure to work with those guys. But then there's ad hoc localizers. So people who actually have a different job, but someone told them like, oh, by the way, we also need to translate it. Usually it's at the end of the whole process, and I'm sure you know those people. They're absolutely not interested if you start to send them different emails saying like, oh, we were thinking this word, that word. They will say like, please don't ask me, just do it, okay? Just translate it and just send me good quality. So that's why your message and your approach to those people would be, of course, different. Messaging. So a few things that I also know, thanks to the fact that I work for this agency, your text, we all know that you should be super short. But did you know that you have to put the most important thing in your email at the left top corner? So don't waste your time on like, oh, thank you, I hope you had a nice flight, and just to the point, left top corner. Otherwise, you were wasting already the opportunity to communicate. Don't use too many links, 2 max, in the text, not in the image. And also, it doesn't make any sense to typeset your message or make it beautiful, because it only gives you 1% better conversion. So it's not worth it. It's actually better to send a simple message in a simple branding. Another one, winning email subject lines. So let me summarize you what you can see on this slide. So you need to work with some of the psychological principles. One of them is fear of missing out. So for example, you write things like, you forgot to download the report. or you are missing some important insights. And I've seen, for example, when I was sending a normal email with COVID insights, 10% open rate. You forgot to download the report, 69 open rate. So really recommended. Curiosity, things like, did you know, a surprise for you. Greed, which is 10% discount. Laziness, 10 top tips, because that's easier. You just download 10 top tips and you are done. Pain point, such as stop retranslating your text 1,000,000 times. Retargeting, things like, oh, you forgot to do this and that. Personal, Sabina, open this email. And straightforward, hey. Also, some winning keywords, actually, summer, weekend, wonderful, congratulations, and celebrations, invitation for drinks, 100% open rates. And 64 better open rates if you use an emoji. So definitely, things are changing. But nothing is going to work without the tip number 3, but of course, this is the most boring one. Automation and analytics, because with all this effort that you put into that program and writing those perfect messages, you need to see the conversion, you need to see that engagement, especially that right now, what we say, in order to reach out to your customer, you not only have to speak with or meet with them 3 times as in the past, you have to meet or speak with them 12 to 16 times before they make a decision. And because there's so many people involved in that process, especially in the B2B, that's why you have to work with some kind of automation. And just a few cool technologies that you can see here. Conversica, you maybe heard about it. It's an email marketing tool that basically sends emails on your behalf to unlimited number of people, unlimited number of messages, any language you want. And people don't know it's a machine conversing with them. So for example, you choose a nice person, Sally from California is like one of the winners, and people speak with her, engage, meet, want to meet or whatever, they have a conversation, not knowing that she's a robot. 6sense, another cool technology. Instead of looking for your potential buyers, you can invest in 6sense. It costs around $36,000. And 6sense is going to tell you that this specific department in this country right now is looking for translation. So potentially there is an RFP coming. And SalesNash, it's actually a Ukrainian company that helps you find leads. Okay, so Irina asked me to talk about SEO. I think we have a few minutes for this one. So SEO, why it's important? There are 2 ways of how you can see SEO working. The first one is when you do a branded search, for example, you look for Nike, you are going to see all those different elements on the page. There is a automatically created knowledge panel on the left with their Wikipedia profile, local suppliers, so you can know where you can buy Nike shoes, news carousel, and organic, etc., etc. So this is, of course, possible when you have a brand that is visible in all those places. One thing that you have to make sure is, of course, to update your Google profile. But then there's organic search. So this is non-branded. For example, if you want someone to find you when they're typing SEO or translation or transcreation in Ukraine, you have to look at the page and see what is there available. This is, for any one of you, you can just go there and see what are the search options. So you could be under images, under, of course, text or news. Different ads, which are at the top, organic position, which are all those companies who have a higher ranking, organic position 0, questions, and that's actually important because if you are not sure what to write on your page, go to the questions and see what people are looking for. Those are the most typical questions people ask. And finally, organic position 2, 3, etc., etc. So this really can help you think about what you should write and how you should phrase your text on your page. Then there is, of course, keyword research. And there are lots of technologies who can help you with that. So how it works, it actually works with bidding. So every day you should go to that, or someone in your team should go to that page and see how much they should bid for each of the words. And one thing that it's important, and we all learn that, you should not use the words that you use, such as LSP, DTP, that nobody understands, or maybe even transcreation, but rather the words that people understand. So maybe, I don't know, glossary or whatever, the simple things. And now, basic SEO principles just put in one page together. So on one side, there are so many changes that Google is making every month, every day, every minute. There are different changes to the algorithms. And now there's actually a big change, which is moving from keywords to experience. And this is really crucial because it's not, your website is not anymore a brochure where you can put all the keywords and I don't know, all the pictures and think like, oh yeah, I'm going to go up in ranking. No, now it's about the experience that every user is going to get. It's a huge change, it's actually coming in 2021. So that's why you have to include a map, you have to help the user, you have to help the searcher. And what's interesting about helping a searcher, you should also formulate your text as a question, such as, how do I need to translate into Ukrainian? Instead of just saying translation into Ukrainian. Make it unique, valuable, and engaging, also because of that fact, but also because you are punished for every duplicated content. So this is very important. If you create different pages, you have to make sure that you don't duplicate the content, because then you go down in the ranking. Also, validate your business on Google. You might not even know, but you were in Google already. So if someone puts, I don't know, the translation Dnipro, I believe that this company is going to be up, but Google is going to assume what are your opening hours and what is your telephone number. You need to check that because things change, and maybe even during these times you are using a different number. So definitely you always need to make sure that your business is updated on Google. Of course, check competitors' pages, and that's important because you might think that you have a great keyword such as COVID translation. But now everybody is talking about COVID translations. You are now competing against BBC talking about COVID translations. So check really what everybody else is using, otherwise they might not find you. And the last one, of course, use Google Analytics to see the results of your campaigns. And things not to do. Do not auto-generate content. So all the machine-generated content sounds great, but actually Google penalizes you for all the mistakes, all the language mistakes. So that actually might be one of the things that would get you down in the ranking. Do not duplicate content. Do not make a website look like a brochure, because that's not a good experience. Do not deceive users. So there's just those many, many things that we need to avoid. Otherwise, we'll be penalized. So that's the SEO. I hope, Irina, you are happy with this overview. And now, the last part, social media. So I mentioned already that social media sounds like a great idea. And there was, of course, all those talks that now email marketing is dead. Now everything is moving to social media. I would say it's not true, also because all the pages, and we all know that, they all try to make you pay for the ads. So that's why everything that you post there, and that was visible before, it's now pushed out from your wall and you stop seeing it. And I can see that also as I'm very active in a Polish, in a Warsaw City group. We have over 55,000 people who are our followers. And we can see that our messages used to go to everyone. And now there's really a tiny, tiny percentage of people who are getting our messages because Facebook specifically cuts this outreach. So that's why you need to pay in order to reach out to your base. And I would say that days of LinkedIn and Facebook, unfortunately, are over. And those are the last moments when you can use those channels with, and actually spend money on the ads. Ads are very expensive, and I would say they don't bring that much revenue. But one thing that you should be doing on LinkedIn is to work on your profile. And actually, before, I know that maybe some of you noticed that I've been looking at your LinkedIn profile. I actually calculated how many people we have as followers. And there are lots of people who are not using LinkedIn. I know that there are lots of students with us. So a recommendation for you, please create a LinkedIn profile because almost half of us here don't even have a LinkedIn profile. And this is the #1 channel. Actually, someone who speaks with you needs to see how you look, needs to check your profile. I also selected a few people who have the best connections, and Oleg, you are #1, followed by me, and then Alexandre. I believe that you have also the 3rd highest number, but because I don't see how many followers, because you actually covered that section, but we have almost 300 people in common, you have to have a strong profile. Okay, so you approved. So everyone, please start adding each other, because after this conference, at least you are going to have 67 more connections. But don't worry, everything is going to get better, and that's why I think that really with COVID, we're all going to learn and make our messages more personalized, and really understand what our audience is doing. So that's why I wish you all the best and all the success in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sabina. And before we are switching to the questions and answers session, we have some surprise. We have downloaded the video with the Swan Lake.
Oh,
and
great!
while you are thinking about the questions, we are just watching this perfect video.
I knew that everyone in Ukraine would actually appreciate a nice ballet, so this is for you.
Thank you, Sabina, for your brilliant keynote speech. I was sure it will be really brilliant. So, do we have questions in the audience?
I have a lot of questions, so but I pick just one. You told that someone says email marketing is dead. I don't agree. It's alive, and it's more than alive. It's too active now, and I believe that everybody saw your presentation somehow, because all they are using those tips. Hey, Irina, there's 10 tips for you. Don't miss and just
Yes,
you
I was
have
sending
10
those emails.
yeah. You have 10% off, so just buy or subscribe and so on. I believe that users are too overloaded now at the COVID time. So what would you recommend to marketing people just to be more maybe not so aggressive with the email marketing, and just to maybe to think about how to be closer to your reader, to your user?
Thank you. This is exactly where personalization comes in. So if you send the same message to everyone, even if it's a brilliant message, and even if you said like you have to 10 tips and all those things, what you can see very quickly, people are going to start unsubscribe. But when you actually create that message that is very targeted for that specific audience, I assure you, you are going to see better results. And let me give you an example. As you maybe know, SDL and also Donnelly is specialized in regulated translations. So we work with compliance, regulatory, etc. We identified that there's a group called corporate investigators who work with those big companies, and they basically listen to your messages, to read your emails, and they check if you don't do any inside trading or anything like that. So those people actually need machine translation, and all different services that we can offer. So what we've done, we identified 200 companies that have those corporate investigators, that specific buyer persona. We identified what those people need, which is security, compliance, all those different things. The translation has to be absolutely perfect, so it has to be done by a human. And we wrote them a message saying, as a corporate investigator, you need this, this, and this. We had 100% open rate out of 200 people, and within a week, we got the first job with a Danish bank. And of course, it was only growing from there. So I would recommend, of course, focusing on this type of very, very targeted messages, because then you show that you care about them, and you can see, this is what the statistics show, it shows higher conversion. So you are, instead of wasting your money and sending the thing to everyone and basically blocking yourself from that outreach, you increase that outreach. The second idea is to also remember that email is only an email, it's only an email. So you also have other channels to talk with that person, and that's why we are combining that with those offline and online experiences. So when I was writing emails to lawyers and promoting our legal translation, 0% open rate. But when we were saying like invite for drinks, suddenly 100% open rate, and everybody saying like, oh, sorry, I cannot come, but can I send a friend, or can I come next time? So that's why we are now sending like to the Swiss bank, that I'm sure you know a few Swiss banks, so this is one of them. So we were saying like, you are invited to lunch. So of course, everybody opens, and then there's like, tell us what you would like to eat. And by the way, there's a secret guest. Of course, that's the cow, right? And then they join. So that's what I would say. And of course, aggressive marketing is, people are going to unsubscribe very quickly. So absolutely, you are absolutely right.
Thank you so much. And I've checked our emails and Facebook page and YouTube. There are no questions for now, because I believe people are just realizing and analyzing all you just told. And guys, if you have more questions, oh yeah.
Thank you. My name is Igor. Thank you, Sabina. Thank you, Sabina, for such a bright presentation. It was really a great pleasure to look and hear. And well, my question is, we all know that translation is interconnected with all other industries, even more than any other industry, because people in all over the world are doing the same thing or the same type of thing, and they need communication between them. So that's why translation connects all the industries. So my question, after post-COVID era, have you investigated how the other industries changed and how these changes might affect the translation? Because, well, for example, in energetic sphere, there is less oil and gas, but more green energy. There is more e-commerce, but less on-site shopping. And actually, there are more video games, and sports completely stopped. I mean, with the spectators. So, and there are other hundreds of examples. So, have you ever thought about this thing?
Yes, and actually there are lots of data and different statistics that you can read online related to industries that are rising, and some of them are, of course, e-commerce, and those that are going down. So, for example, airlines or hospitality, restaurants. So you can actually see, and you know, if you can cover more than just one of those industries, then you can always you know, find lots of work. Actually, what we see during COVID, that there's even more content being created, and content has to be created almost like non-stop and on the fly. I mentioned that I work with asset management firms and banks. They have to over-communicate, because on one side they need to reassure their clients that, you know, their investments are fine even if the market is going down. Also, the situation is changing so dynamically that it's like we're used to call market either bull market or bear market, but now, you know, there's a new term, kangaroo market, because it just changes all the time. And then Trump tweets something in the States, something happened in China, and the poor marketing manager in Europe, I mean, he's constantly just checking and then translating that into all the languages. So those people are actually extended their hours, and they need more content to be translated, adapted, which has to be, of course, secure and compliant and million things. So I think that the best business to be in is regulated translation, because, you know, companies can go bankrupt. They still will need your translation. I used to work for a company, and probably you've heard that, for a company that was actually, we had the best sales in during the crisis, and now this marketing agency, best month ever during the crisis. But this is deregulated. Unfortunately, we know that hospitality is going down, and many things happen, but even those people need to communicate about that. So I would say there are always opportunities. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We have one more question.
Yeah, from Veronica.
Veronica.
Hello.
Hey, Veronica.
So the question is, as a interpreter who's just about to begin his or her career, what are your tips to this kind of specialist to be competitive in the market?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Apart from like professional skills and quality of his or her translation.
Okay, so definitely, judging from my little, I would say, review of LinkedIn, create your LinkedIn profile. Already you are getting, you know, more visibility. Add everyone you know and all the prospects and clients. Build your profile basically. That's one of the things. Also, you are not bound by your location anymore, and this is great. Before, all the interpreters had to travel to join different conferences, or maybe they would not be able to even go somewhere. Now you can join any conference around the world, even in different time zones. So there's just so many opportunities if you go out of your location right now. And I would really recommend that. It's like I was born, as you know, Tanya is always laughing at me. I was born in a communist country. I got my passport at the age of 15, and it's pretty amazing that I can travel. But for you know, younger generation, Veronica, this is a given, and you don't even have to travel. You can be everywhere in the world online. So I would just say make sure that you have a strong profile on LinkedIn or any other associations, and then you just don't limit yourself to one place, but you look for opportunities everywhere in the world, and by joining online.
Okay, can I ask a question? So first of all, thank you so much. It was a great presentation that I enjoyed, and I'll definitely urge our marketing managers to rewatch it very attentively. But my question is as follows. You mentioned email marketing and catchy slogans and the right way of formulating them. I'd honestly say I myself am receiving tons of spam email and marketing email. And as soon as I see something, have you seen this, or you haven't seen this, you missed on that, or something like that, that you mentioned, I immediately remove it because I know it's a marketing email and I have a lot of real work email to address. So how would you recommend the modern email marketing teams to kind of restructure themselves to make sure that they have a higher opening rate? Especially among, say, the upper management or whoever are the decision makers.
I think there's a question of who are you sending those emails to? And if it's a mass mailing, then, and you don't spend any time segmenting your list, then you just send whatever you think is going to perform the best. And actually all the FOMO messages that you don't like, actually they work on many other people. But and then of course there is a risk of sending the same message to everyone. But if you segment it, then you are able, and I'm sure you've heard about those technologies. There are technologies that are able to say what your preference is, and but then you actually have to spend time working with, for example, Crystal Knows. Have you heard about it? I'm sure you did, right? It's a great application. It costs, I don't know, $5. It's nothing. You add it on LinkedIn, and that shows you, based on that person's digital footprint, if they like jokes, or maybe they like a more of a serious tone. When you speak with them, should you use an Excel file or rather, invite them for lunch? And this is what Crystal Knows is going to tell you. So if you want to really, send that email that is going to earn you $5 million, then you go to Crystal Knows. Otherwise, you just do whatever it's best. And I would say FOMO, greed, curiosity, straightforward. Those are the psychological principles that someone is always going to read it. Maybe not you, but someone else will. So that's always the risk.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sabina, for your presentation. It was really inspiring personally for me. I have a very particular and specific question about, you said it's better to put the most important information in the upper left corner of email. And I wonder if it works the same way with readers and Arabic speakers or Yiddish speakers who read in other way.
Very good. Of course, we have a cultural, and a linguist here. Yes, of course, you have to then put it in a way where they would look.
So it's connected with our perception of text.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
But of course, those are promotional emails, so you only have a second to grab their attention. If you lose it, then you lose it. If it's an email between people of course, you don't have to use the same principle.
Thank you.
One more question.
Thank you, thank you, Sabina, for this detailed presentation and for mentioning my LinkedIn.
Congratulations!
I even didn't know. I didn't realize that I have so many
followers.
Yeah, that I have a profile. Okay, but I'm actually working on it. So I'm working on social media. I'm trying to be active in social media. Okay, so my question is, do you have any top tips how to build your mailing list? How to build the database of potential leads which would be interested in your services?
Are you talking about, do you want to know more about different technologies or different types of process?
I mean that what types of what are the ways to find new leads for your mailing list?
You mean the technologies, right? Different technologies.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let me explain. So first of all, I would say it's looking into your buyer personas. So creating what I had there for who is your buyer and who is your potential buyer. First, many of us work with different buying centers. So, for example, you work with a legal department, an HR department, and whatever regulatory department or marketing department. Within those departments, there are buyers, and some of them are your main buyers. So, for example, in marketing, you would probably work with communications manager and not the person who's responsible for SEO, unless you do multilingual SEO. So then you really create all those profiles. And then you go on either LinkedIn, you can use Sales Navigator, for example, or you use SalesNash, or any of those different technologies. There's ZoomInfo, there are a million others, and I can explain very briefly them in a second. And you select people based on that profile, and this is the list for buyers you have. Of course, there are different regulations, such as GDPR in the European Union, But actually, in our industry, we operate on legitimate interest, which means it's B2B. So if you work already in pharma with, let's say, Pfizer, you can also contact Roche because they're exactly in the same industry. So GDPR helps you with that, and you have a legitimate interest to contact Roche. So I would say first select the type of a buyer you have, and then go and use a tool to find those leads. Now, in terms of tools, SalesNash, super cheap. It costs around one euro. But it's manually checked by those guys. I think they're based in Kiev or somewhere in Ukraine. Basically, you tell them, like, I'm interested in entertainment industry, so please find me leads. There's there are many other technologies that basically crawl the entire space, and you just say, I'm interested in all the marketing managers working for asset management, and they will create a list, and that goes from like $0.50 to $5. There's ZoomInfo, which is great technology, super expensive. But ZoomInfo is probably very often you've seen different emails coming to you, such as, thank you, Sabina, or Sabina, looking forward to see you next week. And I'm opening, clicking on it, and I don't know who that is. This is actually ZoomInfo for any of those technologies, trying to see if you exist, because they add you back to the database, and then they sell your data. So there are just many technologies. If you give me your budget, I will tell you which one to choose. Hope that responded to your question.
And I have a follow-up about the all the managers helping in marketing, like Sales Navigator. Yes, you're creating lists, but then you need to write all of them personally on LinkedIn because GDPR restricts the using those lists for ads, for example, as you know.
No. It doesn't.
So you just can't export all these lists into your ads manager and use it for your ads, for promoted posts.
No, you can actually. GDPR doesn't block you from doing ads or sending emails to those people unless they tell you to stop. And that's why this is the legitimate interest. You send it until they tell you to stop, as opposed to consent, which says first they have to tell you yes, and then you send it. So don't use this one because you limit your list. But what maybe you mentioned the fact that you cannot grab the list from LinkedIn.
Yes.
Yes, but that's LinkedIn because they don't want because they want to hold that data
and use it on LinkedIn too.
Exactly.
So,
but I'm so disappointed in LinkedIn. I mean, of course, I know that nobody's here representing LinkedIn because great. No, because I spend so much money on ads and little result. We are also using Sales Navigator, and we can see, for example, they promote it as you can filter, and then you can see at the top all the companies, all the people that were, for example, active in the last 30 days. You click on each of those people, and they were not active at all. So they really, the filtering is not great, and I wouldn't trust it.
Yeah, the same experience. Thank you.
Exactly. But GDPR is, if someone is interested in GDPR, I love GDPR. I know I love all the weird things like COVID and GDPR, but I love it. So if you have any questions, I will be happy to help you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have? Thanks.
So I thought of another question I would like to ask. How does it influence a business if they have clients who react to very personalized email marketing? I mean, react, they open, they read, they get involved in some content of this business, but they never end up buying the product. Does it influence badly that business, or is it good just for enlarging the audience?
I mean, yes and no. So on one side, if they do it on social media and they view your content or they go to your website, of course, they increase your visibility, they increase your traffic, so it's all great. But if for example, you have a limited number in your email marketing tool, and you know that if you go, let's say, above 10,000 contacts, you have to pay credits. So if you just look at people that most engage, and lots of them are basically not even relevant, or sometimes those are automated machines, because your email is already in the spam, the machine is just, showing that they're opening it, but it's not even a real person. then you spend money, you spend your credits for nothing. So I'm talking about different marketing automation tools that limit the credits to a certain number. So that's why it's always good to review that list all the time. But the good thing is, if someone unsubscribed, you can still call them.
No more questions? No more questions on YouTube or Facebook? No. So
Thank you.
Let's give one more round of applause to fabulous Sabina.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Нет? Драч?
Нет. Сейчас
Okay, we have one more keynote speaker here, and this person has been attending, either live or virtually, all the conferences or events I've ever heard of. So this is one of the most exposed people in the industry who always has something fresh and new and interesting to say, despite all his appearances. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Konstantin Dranch once again, and let's see whether he provides us with some new insights or something refreshing and something that would keep your attention during this keynote, despite everything you've already kind of heard, and despite the fact that you're probably starting to nap already. Konstantin, you have a very challenging, keynote role as the last speaker. So please add some fire into your speech. Thanks. Guys, we need the microphone.
Konstantin, we can't hear you. Do you hear me? This is Irina speaking.
Наверное, сейчас работает. Доброе утро.
Доброе утро.
So now, hopefully, it will work. In which language do I present? In Russian or English?
Which one would you prefer?
I believe English would be
Проголосуйте.
better.
Кто за русский?
Let's vote. Who is for Russian?
Sabina. So let's go on
English.
English, all right.
Yes, English. Thank you.
And I'm the only one keeping you from lunch, right?
Yeah.
Great. So hello and welcome. I'll try to be brief so that you can go and eat faster. Today I'm going to present you the information about the global and the Ukrainian market. This is my third time that I do a research into Ukrainian market, and this time it's my team doing it. The first time we did it in 2013, it was like a first date. Then there was an update in 2016, and finally we do a COVID update in 2020. I'd like to thank UTIC for supporting this project and promoting the Ukrainian audiences. It's still in full blast. Those of you who haven't taken part in the survey, they can do so to make the research more granular and represent your market better in the global arena. Those who have taken part, thank you very much. So let's see what we have for you today, how the things are in Ukraine and how the things compare to the global market. First of all, I present you the market landscape of the Ukrainian language industry. Those of you who have been in the market for 7 years, 10 years, definitely it's been some time with the Ukrainian Translation Industry Conference.
Kostya,
probably know most of the names here.
Kostya, can you take another headphone, because you had a mic near another your ear, I believe, because we had some. Yeah.
I guess this is better, right?
Yes, thank you.
I can hear myself through your speakers. That's why I took it off, because I hear myself twice. And now I hear some Swan Lake playing. Ready to go?
Yeah, ready to go. Thank you.
But what about the Swan Lake?
Can you? Maybe it's on your turn. I will I'm checking with our technicians. Just one
For some
sec.
reason, I hear Swan Lake playing, the advertisement from the previous presentations. Can someone advise?
Yeah, maybe you just turn on your YouTube or any our recordings. Can you please check? It's okay on our side.
All right, excellent. But I hear it coming really strongly. 1 second, please.
Okay.
Kostya, it seems that you have an open tab or maybe Facebook stream on your side. Could you please check?
Thank you for your patience. All right, so those of you who are new to the Ukrainian market, let me give you a quick picture. In the center, you have the multitude of translation companies, about 200 of them, that have existed in this market for many years. The ones at the top are the most important, Prof. Pereklet, Tris, Stomov, Kiev Text, Vedi, Yurkli, and so on. These are the companies that work with the Ukrainian clients, that work with the local enterprises, that take part in tenders, that provide translations for the populace when they need to translate a passport to fly away to the United States and try to apply for a visa. On the right, you have the translation companies that work with other translation companies, the subcontractors. These circumvent the local market with its low rates, and they focus on European, American, and sometimes even Asian clients. The most important, of course, the organizer of UTIC, Intext. We have Alexander here representing Translatel, and I hope there are people from Aspect and Technolex. So these are the companies that provide Ukrainian and Russian as a part of the globalization programs, as a part of that mix. Now, Ukraine has always been a place where a lot of language technology is made, and over the last few years, a few of these technologies have become really mainstream. I would like to applaud to Crowdin. This company, which started about 10 years ago, we've seen the beginnings of it at the first Ukrainian Translation Industry Conference, is now one of the top TMS tools in the world with a revenue more than $2.5 million a year. All the other tools are smaller, combined, even combined are smaller than Crowdin. So Crowdin really made the break, and the papers want to know which shirts Sergey wears. To the bottom left corner, you have dubbing and subtitling studios. This space has not been yet really well researched. The biggest ones are Ledoyen and Tak Treba Production, which localize for theatrical releases, for movies, for Hollywood. And now it's becoming a more important industry because of Netflix. I don't know, has Netflix been launched in Ukraine already? Irina, tell me. Do you have Netflix in Ukrainian?
Do we have an Yes, we have Netflix in Ukrainian.
Voila, so someone is localizing Netflix into Ukrainian, and this type of work is only going to increase with the launch on Disney Plus platforms, NBC, you now have probably HBO as well. All of them localize at scale, they do dubbing, subtitling. This is going to become a bigger business, if it hasn't become already. So this is the Ukrainian market, it's pretty small. So the local players, they make about $35 million a year altogether. The subcontractors, about $10 million altogether. The technology is $4 million. It's a little bit bigger than the Baltic countries. It's bigger maybe than Latvia, Lithuania, or Estonia by itself. But together, the Baltic countries would be bigger than Ukraine. And it's maybe 5 times smaller than the Russian market. So what's the main conclusion here is that the companies that did not focus on the market in Ukraine, which have become global, which have focused on the companies all around the world, got the better end of the deal. Let me move on. In addition to these local players, Ukraine is an ideal location for many services and technology companies to have a back office here. Because of the human talent that you have in Ukraine and the very advantageous salaries, which used to be the case for many years. I know that the IT people in Ukraine now earn as much as in Warsaw, for example, Sabina, or anywhere else. But for many years, this has been a talent hub. So most of the Russian LSPs and even some LSPs from other countries like Translation Back Office, they've opened production departments in Ukraine to benefit from this disparity. Now these companies are opening up in Bulgaria, which is a part of the European Union, and you know that in Varna and in Sofia, there are big offices of translation companies from the UK growing up, and people go there because they can go to the sea and also visit their office, to the Black Sea. In Ukraine, you can probably visit Dnipro and Meteorit and enjoy the hospitality offered by Intex and Stanislav. In addition to the services companies, you have a big hub for technology, and the technology sector is really skyrocketing. It is exploding in Ukraine. SmartLink is one big company which has a very important technology hub in Ukraine, and maybe some of you know that SmartLink even had its humble beginnings from Ukraine. You now have Lilt having some production functions in Ukraine, WordBee, Zilio, and I think this list can be supplemented. If you know more, reach out to me and let me know. So many of the world's language technology products are made in Ukraine. One more niche, which I found out scanning some of the very arcane documentation from the United States State Department, is that there are quite a few companies and even individual persons who work with the State Department in the United States, and they work with the Department of Defense. A similar list exists for the European institutions and the Geneva-based international organizations from the United Nations family. I think you might have Vladimir from Kiev Language Services there at the conference. I think he has a presentation scheduled today, so he's one of the suppliers of the State Department. So this is another niche where you can potentially reach out very interested buyers. Being in Ukraine, you can work directly with an American client, which has a guaranteed volume, which has a guaranteed need and very advantageous pricing. So this is a niche in the market that few people know about, but it's pretty interesting. Now I'm spreading out the information to help you all compete with Vladimir a little bit. Let's look at the macroeconomic trends. Since I last surveyed and researched the Ukrainian market, not many things have changed. Ukraine has been on the path to recovery somewhat, and now COVID, as you can see in 2020, have put us back almost on the level of 2016. Not the middle of 2016, but somewhere here. So the market is not going to grow internally. And again, the currency exchange levels are at its highest, which says, as usual, that those who get paid in euros or United States dollars that have international clients have a very advantageous market position. So again, work with clients from Europe, from the United States, maybe even from China. This is a very good opportunity. Do not focus on the local market. It's too competitive and it's too small to create a good job and business opportunities. What has changed over this 7 years is the price per page. Of course, in Ukraine, the internal market still counts the prices per page. But those of you who are familiar, they can probably divide $9 by 250 and get a little bit less than 4 cents per word, which is the current going rate. During the 2016 crisis with the military operations going on the ground, there's been a chaotic pricing. Now it's stabilized a little bit higher than in 2013, I don't know if this accounts for inflation. The one in the red is the United States dollars, so $8.50 against $7 in the internal market. At the same time, because of the currency exchange rates, the price per page in the domestic market in hryvnia, in the Ukrainian currency, has really skyrocketed. We went from 55 per page at an agency to 240 per page at the agency which works in the domestic market. I think that there are very few companies that work in the national domestic market there at the conference, so maybe it's not so relevant for the audience, because most of you probably serve international clients in St. Kuwait. Let's just say that the pricing in the domestic market, the top pricing is probably the bottom pricing that you sell internationally. Very interesting disparity. Here is the financial performance of the leading companies that has been self-reported and provided by companies themselves. So you have to either trust them or trust and check. As you can see, despite COVID, some of the companies that responded to the question expect growth in volume and expect a growth in sales. Translatel mentioned that they're going to see a little bit of growth. Technolex subcontractors are going to see some growth, and only KLS by Vladimir reported that they're going to see a decline. I think those who are not reporting 2020 performance are also in a little bit of decline, because everywhere around the world the situation has been that more than a half of companies have experienced a decline, and only a select few, like 10%, have seen growth in sales. So this could be maybe bravado. It could be some particular factor in the Ukrainian market. One of the factors could be that because of the new sanctions against Russia, some of the new volumes flow to the Ukrainian subcontractors to translate not into Ukrainian but into Russian. Maybe it's a great sales effort. Maybe it's because the Ukrainian providers are cost optimized. But I'm sure some of them will see difficulties this year, especially because the conferences are not there. And some of the subcontractors have gotten used to selling and winning new clients at the conference. So without conferences, more people have to switch to digital marketing. Therefore, the presentation by Sabina is just coming up at the right time, at the right place. Sabina, I think you're going to be remembered, rewatched, reused many times, so congratulations. In the trends tab on the right, things that I've noticed are pretty much the same that you notice everywhere around the world. There's growth in translations for regulated industries, primarily for life sciences. I see life sciences appearing as a big chunk of portfolios on many companies in my list. Also, international organizations and translations for them are going to be a big volume because they need to integrate more into the European community. Legal falls in the same category. And finally, there's a little bit of growth in localization, but localization is more severely disrupted than other sectors by machine translation, automation. So it's not always that they need huge volumes of high quality documentation. So regulated industries win. COVID brought in remote work, and many companies in Russia and in Ukraine are starting to reduce office space because their employees and project managers have gotten used to working from home. This is becoming a new paradigm, and why not pay them a little bit more to allow them to have comfortable conditions at home, good laptops, microphones, whatever it's needed, and then you can save on office space. So if your company is not using this trend, probably you will in the future, because it's going to be the norm. The offices will become a meeting place, a planning place, a team building place, a training place, whereas your home, your extra room will become your workplace. The companies that work with professional buyers, mostly I mean subcontractors here, they see more post-editing work and they need to switch to post-editing in these years. maybe to adapt their own custom engines or to train their linguists in light post-editing or heavy post-editing. This is the task for the production departments, and the companies that will realize this exercise earlier and with better quality, better optimization, of course, will have an advantage. Finally, digital marketing, as I already mentioned, this is time of the year, time in industry development when it's really important to understand how you can win clients online, how you can segment your audience, what you say to the audience, how you personalize the messages. It doesn't mean that you personalize for each person. It could mean that you personalize for a group. It could mean that you really study what they do and how you can help them. Not just saying, we are a translation company from Ukraine offering translations for 4 cents a word, but asking them if they're a vendor manager, do they have a problem with these languages? Do they have problems with or challenges with DTP, chatbots, dialogue scripting, whatever is the new service with the new flavor of the month? Really trying to investigate what's next for the vendor manager. Now, this was Ukraine. To kind of recap this, the market hasn't really changed in 3 years and 4 years and even in 7 years. So if I opened here the presentation from the previous years and used half of it of this content, it would still be true. It would still be what's going on the market today. It's a little bit stagnant, this space. The situation and the positions of the companies haven't changed. No one has acquired anyone. The companies have grown a little bit, but didn't really change the mutual rankings. The segments have shifted a little bit, but the topics are still the same. So this industry is probably in the stage when it's getting into old age, and this is not a very good sign for those who stay in this industry. Maybe it's time to think how you can transition to the next stage, and I'll speak about it in a minute. But first, please allow me to give you a little bit of a global perspective, what's going on. I'm going to use the data I collected with EUATC and the data collected by other analysts. As you can see, COVID has been really well researched, and people have been surveying companies all around the world non-stop. GAO Association in particular has been launching 2 or 3 polls to see month by month how the conditions are evolving, because they are evolving pretty fast. In general, have a look. More than half of the companies have experienced a decline in the business. And the decline is stronger with small providers, especially those that just had clients from small business. The small businesses, they switched off the translation process much faster than the big enterprise. The big enterprise, they took their time. They decided, okay, maybe we don't stop the process. Maybe it goes on. So they were not as flexible in adjusting their plans. But translators who worked with small companies, they were impacted more, because the small companies, when they heard this is a crisis, this is coming, the small businesses, they quickly cut all of their expenses, everything non-essential, and translation was in many cases cut. So what is going to mean for us? For many years, our industry has been perceived as impervious and completely resilient to any crisis. As you can see, the CSA research always puts the next year above the other. There has never been a decline in revenues, despite crisis in 2009 with the mortgage, the financial crisis, and so on. If you look at the hard data coming from the fiscal registers, like Eurostat, you can see that there's been slight decline. There's been a few years of stagnation, but more or less the trend is upwards. So it's going to continue, but maybe not this year. This year, the analysts expect a decline. How deep the decline is going to be? What should we prepare for? Should we prepare for a really bad situation and maybe store some kartoshka in our backyard and stock some porridge so that we have something to go on, or should we just cut up the luxury expenses? The estimates are as follows. Slater put a -6% estimate for 2020, and of course, depending on the sector, some sectors are up, some sectors are down, and you probably want to focus on the sectors that are up to maintain your volume. If you are very diversified, if you're generalist, you're probably going to go with the main index trend. For the Russian market, I conducted the research, I estimated the impact, and we ended up with my team at the pessimistic scenario of -10.5%, but maybe it's going to be even deeper with the recent statistics and recent reports by companies coming in. So the LSP revenue is going to go maybe even -15%, which might mean that some of the jobs will be drying up, and maybe some of the LSPs will have to let go of the personnel. Typically, the companies hold on to the team to the last moment. So they eat up into the profits, they cut other expenses, they would hold on to the internal in-house people to the last. They'll probably optimize against freelancers working with them because these are not internal people, and they'll protect their project managers to the last person, to the last hryvnia. So the ones impacted, again, will be translators working with the agencies, especially with the small ones, where the volumes have been more impacted. And maybe 10% decrease in jobs, or maybe 1 in 10 will lose their source of income. So what can you do in this situation? The industry is not changing. In 2 or 3 years, it's going to rebound, and we're going to see growth again, but growth is not going to be fantastic. It's going to be a few percentage points every year. And in Ukraine, in particular, some companies are winning despite the crisis, but the conditions for translators, I wouldn't say that the conditions are superb. What people like me and my mentors used to say is specialize, train yourself in some subject matter area like medical, life sciences, legal, practice in the new capital so that you are a very valuable resource, and you'll get more. And also learn to sell. Become a subject matter expert who can sell to the clients, especially to direct clients. This is still valuable today, but I think we can see the end of the road for this kind of profession. The translator in their traditional form is not going to disappear, but the prestige of this profession is a little bit lower than it used to be. It's not this highly skilled, highly knowledgeable expert that we saw 10 years ago. Translator is now well managed in some kind of translation management system. They are offered post-editing jobs. They're treated as a linguist. So this job is probably not the most fantastic job in the world anymore. Maybe trends creator is better. Digital marketing specialist is much more attractive and sexy. What I think is the next step for those who work in our industry and work in this profession and build a business is to capitalize on the technology wave, which is just coming all over us. What many companies lack and they want to hire every day is a product owner. So a little bit of an entrepreneur, a little bit of a technical specialist, a little bit of a salesperson, a little bit of a project manager, someone who combines all this expertise to launch technology products that disrupt this industry. Maybe the technology is quite small compared to services. Maybe it's only 3, 4, 5% of the services volume, but the purchasing power, the business model, the attractiveness, the amount of money that you can gain as an employee and funding that you can gain as a company and valuation that you can get as an owner when you sell your company, it's much higher in a product in SaaS. So my new advice is diversify what you do a little bit, specialize in digital and become a product owner. Learn to productize a service, turn it into a technology which you can show to the customer. New technology innovation is always interesting to people. So when you come to someone and you say, we offer Ukrainian translation for 4 cents a word, that's probably not going to get you more than one meeting out of 10 people you approach. But if you say we have a new technology which allows you to enter this Ukrainian market, and then you have something to show like a customer portal, this is much more attractive and people will meet to see what is the interesting innovation that you have behind your belt. Now, this is the main thing. I'm going to go into a few interesting innovations that I've seen this year to give you ideas for product development products that you can launch from Ukraine. And Irina, please let me know if people are sleeping or if people are very engaged, and how much time do I still have to go on with this? Irina?
So, I'm here. People are not sleeping, they are engaged. We have questions, both from, I believe, from here and from online too. So please go on. You have about, actually, you have about 25 minutes.
Okay, so I can go slowly, and you can really build up your hunger for food, or food for thought. So one of the big discoveries of this year is, of course, remote simultaneous interpreting. Suddenly, there's no on-site meetings, and the meetings are moving on to Zoom, Teams, WebEx, GoToWebinar. And some of these meetings are multilingual, so they have to be interpreted. This produced an enormous, humongous demand for remote simultaneous platforms. Only Zoom has the built-in capability for interpreting. WebEx doesn't, Teams don't. And Zoom, because of their fast growth and because of the maybe a little bit of insufficient security, has become prohibited by many big organizations and by big corporations. So this created an enormous opportunity for these platforms that provide remote simultaneous interpreting and for people who work as interpreters on these platforms. So if you know the platform, if you can offer it to the conference manager, then you're in luck. For instance, in Ukraine, an interpreter probably gains about $200 a day for simultaneous interpreting. Correct me if I'm wrong, maybe 250. A New York interpreter gains 1,500, and nothing prevents you from selling or offering your services to someone in New York who runs those online meetings. So many companies started to do that, and clients started asking about this. So this transformed in a much bigger industry. We've seen yesterday that the news that Kudo got 6 million in funding, and the Swiss platform Interprefy, they're probably going to go from 3 or 4 million in revenue to maybe $10 million in revenue. The platform is a small part of what they do. You can use any technology. The important part is, of course, supporting your client. They don't know how to run those meetings. They don't know how to be the master of ceremonies or the moderator for those webinars that they run. They don't know how to mute people. So if you can do that, the contracts can be really, really lucrative. For me, I happen to work with a very interesting organization in the United Nations family this year to help them transition to online meetings. And your online meetings can look like, right now, my head appearing against the white ceiling, or it can look like this. On the bottom right, you can see a special room called Glass Room, constructed in Skolkovo in Russia to run those online meetings in a really cool way. Isn't it awesome? So what you can propose is, of course, interpreting, but you can also propose online event management, helping your client transition to online events, helping them run even monolingual events. How do they run all these conferences? How do they organize them? Who has the word? That kind of thing. How do they set up Zoom or WebEx? Some clients don't do that. They want you to be responsible. Second thing that I've noticed is a big rise in machine translation. And the new take on machine translation is to provide, well, it's not really new, but there's a new attempt to make it new, is to provide it through a portal. So if you've followed SDL, one of the biggest companies in the industry, they recently launched a customer portal called Slate, specifically designed for those investigators and paralegals that Sabina has been talking about. It's a project which is spearheaded by her ex-boss, Christoph. And what happens in this portal? You subscribe to the portal and you pay as a client every month a certain amount, maybe 300, 400 euros per user. The user comes in and they have a limit of credits which they can spend on machine translating their documents and getting an instant machine translation with terminology, custom machine translation engine built for them maybe, or they can ask this document to be machine translated and then post-edited. So this is the way you take a service, translation, and make it into a digital product with a subscription instead of a rate per word. So people here, they pay you a guaranteed amount every month, despite the using or not. So if you can sell this, and when you sell, you have something to show, you gain a guaranteed customer base. You gain clients that support you, COVID or not. So this is a very lucrative business strategy. And there's quite a few of these tools coming up. On the right, you have a Turkish, French, American, mostly Turkish platform, MotoWord, also completely automated, something new. They're in a few $1 million range per year. They even sell this completely automated translations to hospitals and life sciences, because people begin to like convenience more than they like communicating over email and having a human process in place. So this part of the market is still very small, but it shows you how you can take what you do and convert it into a completely different business model with a dash of technology. And this is much easier to sell because it's a product, because it's something flash, and it has the innovative flair. And it's more interesting to do. Multilingual customer support or customer service. This is the company on the right, Unbabel, is now the most funded company in our industry. They got more than $90 million in funding, even more than SmartLink. What they do, they create this machine translation interface, a portal, where tickets for customer service can be translated. So for example, if you sell a product which goes into many countries, into Norway, into France, into the United States, into Germany, then probably you have to build customer service in each of these countries. So you have to take people, you have to give them offices, you have to hire them in this expensive geographies. In Germany, a customer support person can be 40,000, 50,000 euros a year. It's expensive. Instead, translating customer support can allow you to have a monolingual team speaking English anywhere, maybe in Ukraine. They talk to the customers in English, but machine translation is in a loop, so the tickets and the chat get instantly translated. And after they get instantly translated, afterwards there is a crowd of linguists that correct machine translation output. So next time the customer uses this language and they speak maybe about the same things like sport equipment or cars or software, the system knows this terminology and translates it correctly. The competitor of Unbabel is to the left, Language.io. Another competitor, you probably heard about the deal that Keyword Studios bought CanTanMT, a machine translation company in Ireland. So they're going to build multilingual customer support for video games. Video games are really, really complex, right? If you know something like World of Warcraft, to find a customer support person that can explain why this armor for Paladin level 80 in Mines of Moria, whatever, doesn't work. You need a person who has been trained for many years in this game and understands the technical details. So it's not really easy to find those guys. And suddenly, a translation company can provide this as a service. Multilingual customer support for your video game in any geography. This is pretty cool. And this is a kind of service that you can easily build in Ukraine, hiring local customer support people. Software. The software sector is exploding, and so the tools for software are exploding. And we're used to working in Trados, MemoQ, MemSource, SmartCat, whatever is your tool. But there's a new cohort of translation management systems that sell to the developers, to the product owners, localization management systems, like Crowdin or their closest competitor, Latvian Localize. So this sector has seen incredible growth. Localize went from 11 people to 60 in 2 years. And this is only the beginning. I'm sure they're going to get a round of funding, and they're going to go to 100 people before 2021 or maybe 2021 May. There's a lot you can do for localization. I know Alexander in your audience already has acquired a stake in the IT company, has been developing this business. So this is going really well. The only problem in Ukraine, everyone has been hired. Everyone who knows anything has been hired, and their salaries have really skyrocketed. A project manager in Ukraine who helps with software development can gain about $2,000 against an average salary of a project manager in a translation company, I don't know, maybe $500, $600. So it's a big difference. A company that works with software can provide many services, not just localization. Development, design, testing, support. So there's a lot that you can do. And if you look at game localization providers specifically, such as QLoc from 1C or Keyword Studios, they added all of the services. So they work with the same video game companies, but localization is just a part of what they do. They can come into the developer and tell them, guys, we can help you all through your journey. We can design the game for you. We can build the game based on your specifications. We can make art for you. We can support your players. We can test your game, linguistic testing and usual testing. So this kind of range of services really helps them. So if you are working with localization, why not diversify a little bit and add all of this and try to sell to your existing customers? Subtitling and dubbing. As I mentioned earlier in the presentation, the video on demand providers, SVOD, this is a big market. It has already exploded, and it's now going slowly up. But new platforms are coming onto the market. In 10 years, we're not going to watch broadcast television so much. We're mostly going to watch on demand. So I haven't had a TV for many years, and I know many people around me who haven't had a TV now. So my grandmother, she still watches TV series on a broadcast TV. I watch only Netflix or stuff like this. So the next generation, which comes after, they probably won't even know what a broadcast TV is. So every provider understands that, and they build this offering. They build online television. Once you build online television, you're not limited to one country. Anyone can subscribe to your service in any country as long as you hold the license. So they all localize. And they localize in big volume. So a new cohort of tools has appeared, specifically to make subtitling and dubbing faster. In subtitling, the video goes through a speech recognition engine, and then you edit it a little bit, similar to editing machine translation output. So this makes captioning much faster. Maybe you don't spend 5 hours per hour, 6 hours per hour. You spend 2 hours per hour. That's much faster. So you can adopt one of these software tools to maybe build a subtitling unit in Ukraine. In dubbing, there's home studios. So people cannot travel to studios so much, and it's really inconvenient to have brick and mortar studios these days. Or it's inconvenient to have brick and mortar studios for dubbing when you're localizing in 20 languages. So the approach where dubbing actors work from their homes is really taking root this year. So if you have a nice voice, like Irina, then you can probably work a little bit as a dubbing actress or an actor. And this type of service is going to grow even further. What are the other uses for transcription? When you pass the video or an audio through an engine for speech recognition, there are many more things that you can do. You can make automated note-taking called stenografia in Russian and provide automated notes with a little bit of post-editing for each meeting. So maybe there is a corporation which wants to keep notes and you can sell this as a service, or maybe an international organization, a parliament, I don't know, United Nations, whatever. Then there is a use case that Sabine has described for call center or for call compliance. Investigators, they look at the calls, so they can scan the calls and the conversations automatically using transcription, which is post-edited. And then they can use keyword detection to hear when there's something aloof, when there's something's wrong, when someone's discussing a fraud. Videos can have automated captions. It is available on YouTube in a few languages, I'm sure not in Ukrainian. So you can provide an online meeting with captions. And finally, there's news monitoring. And I'll speak about news monitoring in a minute. But first, writing assistance. So writing, copy. Digital marketing needs a message, needs a lot of copy. There's a new cohort of tools, not really new, but growing, and you can use them to make copy better. First, you can manage terminology so that everyone in a company, let's say you have a big factory with 3,000 office workers as a client, all of them write every day, emails, whatever. You've seen a Ukrainian company called Grammarly, which is now valued maybe as a unicorn in the United States. So they make this add-on to your browser, which spots mistakes and allows you to correct what's going on in your text. Think of Grammarly, but for enterprises. So there are tools right now which scan the text and provide suggestions. Use company terminology. We don't say hand tachometer, we say manual tachometer. We don't say bolt, we say, I don't know, what's the other name for a bolt. Then you can work with the marketer and say, dear marketer, if you're using wrong terminology, you're not really found on Google. If you go with the old standards, SNILS or whatever, then your technical documentation is not visible. Let me help you make your website and your technical documentation more discoverable by adapting your terminology to what people are searching for. So you can make a search frequency analysis on the terms and put them in a tool like this. So everyone in the company writing emails, web pages, commercial offers, manuals, technical documentation, everyone uses the same terminology, which is the most frequent on Google. How cool is that? This could be sold at a very high premium. And it's basically glossary creation. LQA, it's an old topic. I think Leonid can cover it in much more detail than I can. He has a very specialized software portal built for that kind of thing. I just want to point out that tools for LQA are taking root. On to the left, you can see a panel from BureauWorks. They analyze edit distance, the Levenstein edit distance, and this is much faster than making markup for mistakes. Right, and I can visualize it quickly in the panel. You don't have to do anything, just edit your text. So maybe very useful for machine translation or for a scenario when you don't have enough time for LQA, but you still want to know the quality per language per vendor. To the right, you can see Kirill Solovyov's content quo, a screenshot. So another service you can do. I think Leonid makes quite a lot of money on LQA using a similar piece of software that his company has developed. Finally, this is the last thing, analytics. So analytics is when you scan news, let's say a big data source for natural language, for special keywords, you try to understand what's going on. To the left, you see a screenshot of a pre-brand platform developed with the European money and now maintained by a Portuguese organization. what they do for BBC, the BBC and for Deutsche Welle, they scan all the news in the world from millions of sources. They identify tags and keywords using natural language processing and named entity recognition engines. They group the news, they machine translate those news into one language. So let's say let's say Angela Merkel goes to China and makes a statement about nuclear power stations. So this news is it's picked up by the Financial Times, by Le Monde, Figaro, the Italian newspapers, the Chinese newspapers, Al Jazeera, the Russian media, and so on and so on and so on. This platform takes all the news, makes it in one language, extracts the entities. So when you click on Angela Merkel and nuclear, then you can see what everyone in the world is saying about this. And the sentiment, is it positive, is it negative? What's the difference? What's the summary? There's a lot of natural language processing involved. And in the end, the journalist that works in Deutsche Welle or the BBC can quickly have the picture in seconds about every piece of news or about every topic. They are categorized and grouped together. This is useful for the BBC and for the Deutsche Welle. But analytics like this have applications in many spheres of life. So there are software pieces like this that monitor infectious disease spread based on the comments in social media. Oh, I don't feel well, I have a runny nose, and so on, in many languages. Patents, what people are registering for. Are they registering for AI? Are they registering for speech? Are they registering for, I don't know, life sciences, and so on? Legislation, what if there's new legislation coming up in Malaysia which concerns cloud-based businesses? There are software pieces that track this and make it happen. And translation and machine translation and language services and training these engines is a part of this process. So this database creation, data set creation and curation is a service that all of these analytics companies buy. You can build data set curation company in Ukraine. Finally, what? Clinical studies, litigation outcome. Let's say you have an engine which can predict what kind of outcome would be in a certain trial using this judge, this attorney, using this kind of case. You input the parameters automatically and it tracks all the cases, and then it can make a prediction who will win in a trial. So you can really save or win a lot of money using this kind of thing. And the easiest application is TradeBots. One company, Acern.com, for example, provides data via the API using lots of natural language processing models. They scan the news about corporations, the annual reports, the significant information release, and they assign weights to this news. And when they know that this public company has a negative news coming up instantly around the world, in seconds they'll know that the stock will go down. Most probably the stock will go down. So people can use this information to build a trade bot which shorts the stock, or maybe if there's positive news, then it buys more stock of that company. And all can happen within milliseconds before any human trader can even realize. So language is a part of this process, is a part of this technology. And what you can do is you can become a product owner or a company building this kind of product or putting this product into this use case. And this way you can go from the profession of a translator or a translation company into the new world, into the world of a digital company where you have something to show. Maybe you process with a project manager and a human linguist will stay the same. Maybe you'll still be doing translations, just you'll call it differently. But this is a way you can really transform your company, right? Everyone's talking about digital transformation. What does it really mean for you? I hope I've given you enough examples and enough food for thought over which you can eat your lunch. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kostya, and hi. So, as I know, we have online questions from.
Hi, Kostya. It's Alena here. Thank you so much for such an informative and detailed overview. First of all, I'm passing a comment from Chris Durban, Paris, France. She says...
I know Chris.
Okay.
Bonjour.
She says, CSA data on pain felt by small businesses reflects, above all, the fact that CSA respondents are largely bulk market players, bottom feeders. So it's for you.
There's two sets of data. Let me go back to this. So to the left, you can see EU-ATC survey, which I prepared together with Rudy from EU-ATC. So this is data from the European Association 200 Answers. It's also the data that Sabina has been using for the marketing channel performance. So this is like 200 answers. This is about 115 answers, but bigger companies. So what's the question?
It's just a comment. And
Okay.
3 questions from Chris. So the first one, how would you define the premium or bespoke market? The second one, do you know any premium bespoke players in Ukraine, and can you name them? And the third one, what prices are applied in this segment in Ukraine? Thank you.
Chris, I remember our conversation in Prague. I think we discussed that you only work in the premium sector. Look, the premium is very small. The biggest segment is middle up in every country. Someone who charges a little bit more than the market average. There the biggest volume sits. I've done this calculation a few times, and this is the best segment to be in. A little bit more than the other market, and you can explain why your prices are slightly higher and your client can still go for it. The premium is tiny in every country. The boutique, which charge, I don't know, in Russia they would charge $30 per page, maybe, against the average of 10. In Ukraine, I don't know any boutique providers that have at least 500,000 or something like this. Maybe they exist, but have no volume.
Thank you, Kostya.
Individual translators, maybe. Go ahead, Tanya.
So do we have questions in the audience? No questions? So everyone is so stressed with your information, Kostya, you know, just thinking whether we have to stay here or just move to some other conference.
No, our industry will survive and it will thrive for the next 20 years. There's no doubt. But what we will do, of course, will evolve. So you can stay in the industry. And if you feel comfortable, this is the good place to be, right? Our industry is the most comfortable industry in the world. Only nice people, only well-educated, multilingual, polyglots. However, if you want something more ambitious, you probably need to go IT and a product owner. By the way, I'm hiring.
Okay, so that's it. Thank you again, Kostya. Big applauses.
Thank you very much. Have a great rest of the conference. Bye.
Друзья.
Okay, friends, don't go just yet. In 10 minutes, we are going to make a group photo of the second part of the conference. I also ask our friends who are at masterclasses right now, please find a moment to take a picture. I think they don't hear me. So now our photographer is going to do his great feat once again. It's going to be one photographer on top of the other. So now we'll get together. Please come to the first 2 benches in our hall so that everybody knows that you're here. What if you forget yourselves? Then I'll just see the photo and remember. And also our simultaneous interpreters.
of artificial intelligence at TransPerfect. So he the person responsible for all innovations, the person who will share with us new trends and developments in the machine learning and other very interesting and new things. So I won't probably take his time. Hello, Diego. Hi, Diego.
Hi everyone.
So, let's welcome Diego. We are here. Can you listen? Hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me
Can
well?
we hear? Yes, we cannot hear you. Could you please check the sound?
No. Hi.
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, yes. Great.
Okay. Thank you. I'll start sharing my screen. A pity I cannot be there in person. But I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and I'll leave some time at the end for questions. There is a lot of echo in the, I don't know if maybe the microphone there could be muted. Okay, so I'll talk about new business models for the translation industry. And just this presentation tries to be some content to give you food for thought, not recipes nor anything that you must do, but more give you ideas in which you could evolve your companies or your freelance business. I like to start with this image, which shows a computer in the 50s. That's where machine translation started. And at that time, probably the computational power that they had here is less than what we have today in our mobile phones. The translation industry, of course, has evolved a lot. And a bad thing for us is that many people think about translation with Google Translate, and that's not the case, as we all know. However, the advances in machine learning and artificial intelligence have made it easier to integrate machine translation in our day-to-day jobs. 10 years ago, 12 years ago, it was very, very hard to implement in some languages. For instance, today we are applying machine translation virtually for any language. However, as you all know, there are some languages that work better than others. In any case, the translation industry seems to be one of the most interesting industries to be in today. I guess you are all reading Slator, where we get daily news about what's happening, and our market continues to grow. There is a lot of venture capital interest. There are a lot of investors acquiring companies or investing in companies because they see a lot of growth potential, and there is a market that never stops growing because there is always need for regulatory translations, to sell abroad, and so on. We have seen recently a lot of M&A, so that's a good thing for founders in this world because there are exit options. There are companies that are interested in acquiring small companies that specialize in niches where they can provide excellent service. So that's a good thing as well. And what we are seeing as well is that technology plays a major role. That's true both for large companies, but also for smaller players and even for freelancers. So the translators today, we all need to be conscious about technology and how technology can help us. And it's used in the same way as in companies. So the goal would be to make our businesses more profitable and more efficient to deliver what our clients need. So in this world, how has the business model evolved? No, we are all talking about quality still. No, how quality is defined. However, we have good tools today to define about it, how we can define quality, and we can also discuss how we can differentiate ourselves with time and cost. However, business models are much more than that. I'm a big fan of Alex Osterwalder business model canvas that you see here, and he has evolved it into value proposition design and some other things. But these are the 9 building blocks that define companies' business models. And you can innovate in any of those. So you can innovate in your value proposition, which is what we always think, what you do better than others, how you can differentiate yourself from the competition. But it also can mean innovating in customers, the clients you want to access, or how you establish the relationships with them, or the channels in which you reach those customers. You can also innovate with revenue, how you charge your clients, and also on the left side, you can innovate in the in how you handle all this value proposition and serving your customers. One of the things that I was mentioning in a conference many years ago is revenue. So we are still charging very often per word, and some companies might charge by the hour as well. But the business model in terms how services are being put into the market today, they are not different from what was 20 years ago. And I think there is a lot of potential there where innovating in the way our services are sold. One of the things is, given all the abundance in the market, there might be ways more related to return of the investment by clients and the gains that they get, for instance, in e-commerce translations that are not fully exploited by many companies. One of the things as well, where I think there is a lot of potential in innovation is channels, how you reach your customers. And that links to the next slide, which is the long tail. Essentially, very often we find ourselves competing here. We have, you can think about this by products, but also companies, but we see many companies competing for the same clients in the same way. And it's very hard often for clients to choose. And we need to differentiate ourselves very well. And the worst case for this is when those clients, what they are interested in is only price, then we are lost because we cannot show our value. A battle for prices, but for everyone. But those opportunities are high. Those are probably the largest companies in the world, or the companies we can access due to our company size. However, there is a big long tail of lots of opportunities that are not being served today, and how we access those also will determine our value in the market. There are companies that are focusing on this, and for instance, you can think about Translated in Italy, or you can think about companies that are focusing on e-commerce translations, such as a Polish company called WebInterpret, and there are many others that focus on this long tail, and they sell a lot, and they focus on serving a very concrete need. It's all a matter of choosing. No, it's a matter of choosing the markets where we want to be in and how we want to compete. And that's something we can do at the beginning when we create our companies, but we can do also while we expand and we grow and we have some foundations. One of the key things in diversifying the products and services we offer is really the trust from clients. And that is something that doesn't come in a day. You need time to really be recognized in an industry or in a new vertical or for a new niche you are targeting. But the good thing today is that it's easier to do than 20 years ago. But of course, you need to be conscious about time. Time it's important. And also be realistic. You want to create and build something, but you need to have a solid foundation. So if you in the journey of your company or your freelance business, you have not developed the right foundations for that, you could try to diversify, but you would be unsuccessful. And that also means the right tools. The right tools today are common, so they are accessible by anyone, anywhere. And we have seen that during this COVID crisis. And your differentiation really comes when you use them in the right way. In the end, what we want is a happy client that can win. So diversification is really, really key. And I think that once we are very good in one vertical or a target, it's good to think about ways in which we can diversify our risks, basically, as a company. The second idea and food for thought would be related to technology. This image comes from a book, Clayton Christensen, that died at the beginning of this year, if I'm not mistaken, and he was an expert in innovation. When I was preparing this presentation, I was thinking about this in the field I know more, which is machine translation. And really, in 15 years that I've been working on machine translation, and machine translation has been done for 70, but I've seen this evolution. So 15 years ago, we had statistical technology, and machine translation was being used mostly for very low quality cases when really the clients just needed to translate a lot of content very fast and not for publication. Think about e-discovery, for instance, or internal communications and so on. I always explain that I was at a translators conference in 2008, I think it was, and basically nobody was using machine translation. Machine translation was bad quality. You couldn't use machine translation for Arabic, for Turkish, for Korean, for Russian, for Ukrainian. It was really, really hard. So it was even below this low quality use. However, over time, we have seen the technology evolve. So now we don't have a statistical anymore. We have mostly neural technology based on deep learning. And then we see that the performance has really, really increased. For instance, at Transperfect, the quality of the engines has improved more than 40% in 2 years, mostly thanks to the advances in technology. And now, when that is happening, we see that the technology, in this case machine translation, can be applied for the most demanding use. So we have seen this journey where it was difficult to apply machine translation, where now it's applied for the most demanding use. And the most demanding use today, in my opinion, is being used by translators for post-editing in basically any language. Some companies are asking us, for instance, if they could use machine translation without any editing for some use cases. I don't think we are there yet, at least for external communications where there is a risk. However, there are cases where the risk of the content is very low and machine translation can play a role. That's, to me, it's not a threat for translators. It's just a way to expand the options for clients. And what we have seen is that the clients that are applying more technology, in the end, they are investing also more in translation overall. So that was just a story related to machine translation, but basically what Christensen talks about is this journey about many disruptive technologies, and that's hard to cope with. Sometimes it's I mean, it's very difficult to know where you need to start applying them and for what use cases. The last type in this is the GPT-3 model that is being used basically for anything, and probably you've seen a lot of posts and news during the past week. But that technology is also disruptive and will probably see this journey. Investing in technology, though, it's hard. So it's not easy. I would say that you need money, you need the investment. However, the amount of investment today is significantly lower than it was 20 years ago or even 10 years ago. Today, if you think about artificial intelligence, for instance, the algorithms we are seeing today were published many, many years ago. And there are a lot of open source packages that you can start and you can play, and you can even outsource the initial phases of the development, as long as you have a clear business case where you want to apply it. And to me, when I speak about this with clients or with even companies that want to invest in technology, the journey sometimes it's long, and you see what you want to do, but getting there it's not that easy, and especially when you are working on fields that are a little bit unknown and you are testing and checking new things. It's sometimes you're in a roller coaster, and sometimes you think that technology will save everything, and other times you think that light is just darkness, and it's very, very hard it will be very hard to get there. And sometimes it also feels like this, no? And this related to what I was saying. And this is the other concept that is very important if you decide to invest in technology. Whenever, I mean, there are technologies that you can use that you would be here. You might be a pragmatist or even a skeptic, and you're still not using some technologies that everyone else is. But if you pilot new technologies, new, for instance, machine learning, artificial intelligence, where today it's really here, we are here in the early adopters, and for particular use cases, you need to know that there is this chasm, and this is related also to any technology development. There are always the innovators, the tech enthusiasts, and all these early adopters that will probably support you in that journey. But getting from here, from the first clients and customers to many using the technology, there is a chasm where many technologies fail. You lose all the I would say credibility of the technology, and for instance, artificial intelligence has always this type of moments where someday it will solve everything, it will change humanity, and a few years later, people say it's becoming useless. So this chasm is very important to overcome, and that also takes time. So it's the same as diversification and getting the trust of the clients. In technology, it also happens, and getting through this part is probably one of the hardest things. And in technology, very often it's disregarded. However, once you are here, a lot of things start happening where the technology is applied into many use cases and many applications that you might have not even thought about, and that always comes with interactions with the clients and where they see that technology playing a big role. But I still think that in the industry there is a lot of room for innovation with technology, not only machine translation, but also anything related to AI. And finally, the last topic, it's innovating in the people. I would say the corporate structure and how you organize the company, what drives this company, and this has always been a topic in translation conferences, and there is a lot of room for improvement in how we grow from a lot of companies that are a small revenue with a larger organization and much more ability and power to access some clients. And I think one of the main areas where we can improve is how we sell our services. Because very often the business models I was discussing before and how we present our services, we need to be much more clear about the value proposition. And I think very often we know that we are very good at serving, I don't know, life sciences, IT, legal, but then we start saying that we do anything. No, I'm very good at translating IT, but I also do everything else, and that's fine because we need to do it very often. But if we want people, our clients, to have a clear view of what we do and what we do well, we need to stick to what we know we do well and what we like to do. And also the other important improvement is how we sell, how we create something bigger without losing our personal touch. And there are some interesting ways in which this could be done, but yeah, that's a topic for a longer discussion. And in the end, I wanted to present these three food ideas and food for thought, and it all depends on us, what we try to do, where we want to go, and how we'll get there. So that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Diego. Very interesting, and I hope that we have questions in the audience. Do we have questions?
If you insist, Stas. Okay, thank you, Diego, for such an insightful presentation. The question is the following. Where do you see the technology, maybe even two questions. First, in some 5-7 years, and if you can, then in some 10-20 years. That would be interesting for us. Thank you.
Wow, that's always hard to predict. When For instance, with this neural machine translation, we did a presentation, I think it was 4 years ago, where there was a lot of hype and technology was not able to deliver what we were reading in the news, right? So what we did was starting to play with it, and we saw that it was not delivering the promises. However, in 3 years, neural machine translation technology has evolved significantly. So one of the most interesting advances I see for our industry is in all these language models like GPT-3 and all those, because that can change the way content is created. And that has two opportunities, I think, to me. One is how we use that content to actually be more efficient in content creation. But it also opens up another opportunity for us, for translators, and for the business of translation in general, where we know, I mean, we have the connections, we know all the people that are experts in the culture of a country, in the language. So we will be able to work on detecting this content that is not real. So that technology, I think it's interesting both for the technology itself, but also how we, with our people, can work towards making that better. And one of the interesting topics I'm particularly interested in as well these days in chatbots technology. And the chatbot technology mostly oriented towards automation and reduction of the manual work, the less value human work. Because very often the questions and answers are very frequent questions, and then the people that we have would really be responding to what requires thought and not what is just a copy paste. So I think that's quite promising as well. But probably those two things will be far more everywhere in the coming 2 to 3 years. So in 5 to 20, I think it's very, very hard to predict what will happen. It's very, very hard for me to know, because the thing with technology is that in 1 year, 2 years, something will appear that we can not even think of. So and that's very hard to predict.
Thank you very much, Diego. More questions from the audience? Online, probably, some questions? No questions. Thank you, Diego. It was really very interesting, and thank you for your profound answers. See you. We hope to see you next year here.
Hopefully.
On the bank of that nice river in this nice forest, and we hope that you'll enjoy it. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let's give another round of applause to Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's it.
Okay, we have an alternative here. Actually, the previous speech was very quick. At least it was much shorter than the slot allocated for it. But we have quite a number of online viewers, so I think that we need to stick to the original schedule, because many people who want to listen to Alexander will go online exactly at 3:10. So I would suggest us to have a recess to talk more with your colleagues and friends, to use Zoom conference or chat rooms and enjoy yourselves. But please be back here around 3:10, better 5 minutes prior to that, because we have more interesting speeches and presentations coming. Thank you so much. See you in a half hour.
aspects of the translation business. Today, actually right now, we will talk about translating slang and swear words. Please welcome our speaker, Will. Hello. Do you hear us?
Hello, hello.
Hello. We hear you.
Jolly good.
So you can go ahead.
Then I'll get started. Thank you very much for those warm words. It's a great shame I'm not able to join you. But just as you guys are all in the countryside somewhere in Ukraine, I am also in the countryside somewhere in deepest Russia. You can tell by the setting I'm in that the room is bare wood walls and all very simple. It's rustic, but we do have a good phone connection. So I can work from here, which is great. So we're going to talk a little bit about translating slang and swearing today. I would like to emphasize a couple of points before I start. I'm not an academic. I am also not really a trained translator. There was translation as part of my degree, but the degree was in linguistics, so most of what I know about translation I have learned on the job, samouchka. As such, what I'm going to talk about is observations for what we have come up against in our work and solutions that we've found to deal with those situations. And I'm well aware that, many times this has been done many times before. I'd be very interested to hear from you guys if you have ideas, other solutions, maybe material that we could look at and study to keep improving, because there's always room for learning more. So what we'll do is we'll look at some examples of the work we do. Most of this is based on subtitling, and that has its own limitations, which I'll talk about briefly. We'll look at some examples, screenshots, and then it'll be open to questions. So without further ado, this is about swearing and slang, so parental advisory. There will be explicit content in this presentation. That said, I believe that all translators and interpreters, as people who work with words, I believe you can't be allergic to all the manner of language that there is out there. I think it just comes with the profession. Certainly if you are a court interpreter, you're less likely to encounter fruity language, shall we say, than if you work in film. But nevertheless, it's a real factor of life, and not everybody speaks in some kind of highfalutin, intellectual manner. And we need to not only know those words and those terms, but also be equipped for ways of dealing with them. It's nowhere near as simple as it may seem. So if you're not prepared to handle a couple of swear words, you can fuck off. If you're still here, then let's get started. First of all, brief intro. I've done that. I'll talk to you briefly about subtitles because that defines a lot of what we do here. Then I'll discuss the 4 tricks. I don't know if we can call them tricks, but let's try that. 4 ways that we found of dealing with the situations we encounter. Those are what I would call equivalents, infixations to deal with Russian prefixes and suffixes. There's a way of dealing with unusual expressions and how to consider the metadata surrounding that information. And then there's a concept that I just made up a term for called a transferred swear epithet, which we'll look into a bit more later. And I'll conclude with some information about the word ass and a quick link to a series that we're doing on YouTube, which might be useful for people interested in this kind of topic. So briefly about subtitles. Subtitles are not the text of a film on the screen. If they are, then they're bad subtitles. because there is basically never time to put all of the text of a film onto the screen. As such, they are heavily edited, often interpreted versions of what was actually said. Why is that the case? Well, there are all kinds of guidelines, two types of guidelines principally, which we must try and follow when creating subtitles in order to make them watchable, in order not to ruin the film. So the first group are technical guidelines, and they're the ones that count in what I'm about to talk about. The principal one of those is what's called reading speed, or characters per second. Now, different languages and different countries have a different understanding of reading speeds. Sweden, Scandinavia, for example, has something like a 12 characters per second reading speed, which to me is quite slow. I'm sure people like the Italians have something like a 25 characters per second reading speed because they do everything quickly. But in English, at least on the international sort of level, 17 characters per second is an accepted speed. As such, we obviously speak a lot more quickly than that. The average rate of speaking is 80 to 120 words per minute. If you take some TV series, you're edging on 110, 120 words per minute. And I'm not going to do a recalculation, but essentially that's going to be a lot more than 17 characters per second. So there is no time to use all of the words. Another technical limitation on us is that each subtitle should be less than 6 seconds long. 6 seconds may not sound like much, but when there's a block of text on your screen for 6 seconds for the whole of a film, for 6 seconds of a film, it'll seem like it's there forever. It can take a lot of time in film time. So subtitles always have to be shorter than that. They should also be longer than 1 second, apart from certain exceptions. And 1 second also may not sound like much at all, but quite the opposite. It's plenty of time to read a 2, 3, 4 word subtitle. Maybe more. Subtitles also should have frames between them. So 1 second of film is split into either 24 or 25 frames per second, which means that you cannot just wedge all the subtitles in there one after the other with no gaps. You have to have gaps, which means you're losing even more time, which means you have to edit down the text even more. The gaps are there because when you're watching a film, you only see the subtitles in your peripheral vision. And if you see them disappear and appear, even if there's only a split second difference, you register that and you drop your eyes down to read it. You take your eyes off the film. If there's just a constant flow of text, it's very difficult to follow when they change because you're looking at it out of your peripheral vision. And as such, you can miss a subtitle appearing on screen. So there has to be a gap between them. And the final one is that makes especially fast-paced TV series difficult to subtitle is that subtitles should ideally stop at a shot change. Now, if it's within the same scene, you can keep them over a shot change, but certainly between scenes, subtitles have to stop. That can also be a real challenge for subtitling when somebody says something in the last couple of second or two of a scene, and you have to put a subtitle up there, not too early so as to ruin the surprise or the suspense, but also not so late so that there's no time to watch it or so that it drags on to the next scene. So those are the technical guidelines that mean the basic ones, which mean are our limitations on what kind of text, what amounts of text, etc. we can put into a subtitle. That's why subtitles aren't really translation, they're more a kind of interpreting. There are also actual textual guidelines. I'm not going to go into them here, but just so that the shape of the text on screen also works as a code for the viewer and tells them something about what's going on. So given those limitations, bearing them in mind, let's now have a look at some of these sort of phenomena that we've found in translating slang and swing, and how we try and deal with them. One of the first ones is what I would call linear equivalence. What does this mean? Basically, you can't translate slang directly. Certainly not between Russian and English. I haven't studied other languages so closely, but words that work in Russian, if you translate directly into English, simply don't work. So, for example, as a basic example, you meet somebody in a bar that you don't like. He doesn't like you, and he might say "Иди нахуй." Now, naturally, you can't say, as a direct translation, "Go to the cock" in English. Somebody might understand that you are offending them, but they really have no clue what you're saying. So instead of translating it, we have an equivalent. The equivalent is "fuck off." As soon as you realize that there is this equivalence and not a translatability between the slang registers of these different languages, you'll then see that there's another phenomenon in play, certainly again between English and Russian, not sure about other languages. And that is that there is a linear progression in both languages of this equivalence. So we can start with the basic swear word that we want to say, and then we'll find that there is a more, let's say, gentle euphemism at one end, and then there's a more extreme version of the swear word at the other end. I didn't manage to properly set up my presentation so that it would go one by one. I was hoping to, but technology got the better of me. So the whole table will appear now, and we'll just have to run through it. So what am I talking about? On the left, we've got the gradation of swearing, right? We've got the gentle euphemism, the rough euphemism, the swear word itself, and then dropping an F-bomb or a C-bomb. That's an English term. The equivalent Russian would be трехэтажный мат, или however many etaji you want. And so if we take as our basic expression dahuya is what we're working with, then we'll find that there's a more gentle euphemism, which is dachrena. Chren is obviously its own thing, horseradish, and it's become a euphemism for this expression. That's the gentle version. The rougher version would be dokhira. So here we're already much closer to the word hui, which we're trying to avoid by using a euphemism, but it's still not the actual word. You then got the actual swear word, and then you can, if you really want to get carried away in expressing yourself, you create an entire expression out of it. So this would go from dachrena to dakhira to dahuya to pizdец, блядь, их, сука, dahuya тут. Just as an example. That might be if you're in an action film and there's lots of enemies that you're trying to shoot. Now, the English, it turns out, has a similar linear equivalence. So the expression is shitload. That means a lot, dahuya. But you can use a euphemism that sounds a bit similar, like shedload. So that would be your gentle euphemism. Now, we all know that a shed is a little sarai in your garden. So a shed load could mean a shed full of things, but we also know that shed is a euphemism for shit. So we start with shed load, then we go to crap load. Crap is also, it means shit, it means excrement, but it's a slightly gentler word. I could never say shit in front of my grandparents, but I might perhaps have been able to say crap, for example. So that's its sort of level of rudeness. So we can then do it to crap load, then shit load. And then if you want to drop F-bombs and C-bombs and be expressive, you can say shit the bed, there's fucking shitloads of the cunts. And there you have a properly offensive expression using equivalents in English of what the Russian was. As you see, there's no way of translating them directly. Pizdец, блядь. I mean, that would be cunt, whore. It just means nothing. We have our own versions. So we have to try and find those equivalents. You cannot translate them. And interestingly, when we see this very often with inexperienced translators, and not only inexperienced, even experienced ones, they might see an expression like tam дохера чего-то in a sentence in something we're translating, and because they're aware that it is slang in Russian, they will almost automatically go with something like there's a shitload of, there's a fuckload of, and leave it at that because that's slang, right? Well, no, If the author had wanted to say that, he'd have said "Там дохуя этого." He didn't. He was using a euphemism. It might have been a rough one, but he was using a euphemism. We have them in English too, so you need to be aware of these, brush up on them, and use them appropriately. A lot of the time with television, because of age restrictions, they will use something, a euphemism, which is close to rude but not quite rude. And we need to emphasize that we need to repeat that in English. I literally yesterday looked at some subtitles where there was some Russian mud, and the English translation had removed it. I don't know why. We're more liberal with swearing in English in film than Russian is, so I put it back in. So that is an example of linear equivalence, finding an equivalent and then finding the correct scale of rudeness. We have a resource that we're putting together to, it's a constantly growing thing, to house all of this information. But there's always more to add. So that's about linear equivalence. Let's have a look at a brief example. So this is from the TV series Patriot, where the hero is talking to his ex-wife. Ты, родная, какого худенького моему детенышу фамилию поменяла, а? Now every Russian knows that какого худенького, well, sounds ridiculous, so they have a little giggle, but they also know that it means какого хуя. As a native English-speaking translator, you may not know that. You may need to look it up, try and guess. But if you do that, what you'll do is come up against the fact that that is a euphemism. It's a slightly funny one. So what can we do for it in English? It's close enough. It's got the right beginning, ch and u, to make it obvious what the word is. So it's not a really hidden one. But it's still not that. So in English, we came up instead with, why the F did you change my kid's name, dear? Now, if you're not a native English speaker, you may not know this, but the F is frequently used instead of the fuck. Why the fuck? You can write it just as an F, but more correct would be EFF. So I felt that was a particularly good rendition of that kind of euphemism. Another quick example from the same TV series, Patriot. Shop owner walks into his shop to find that something's crashed through the ceiling, and and he says, "Det chå za yokelman?" And I don't know how to pronounce that, so please correct me if that was wrong. And again, this is obviously a funny euphemism, funny made-up word for the situation, trying to avoid a swear word. As such, we went with what the fudge. The English natural expression would be what the fuck, but if we're using a euphemism, then we can go with fudge instead. So that's about finding an equivalent and recognizing your equivalent's place on the scale of swearing. So that was our first trick. Second up, Russian has this fantastic ability, and if I was a language, I would be jealous of Russian for this. It has prefixes and suffixes, and you can stick them onto words in all manner of combinations, and you receive just literally thousands of new versions of the word, and it can be extremely creative. That's why Russians are very proud about their the creativity in their swearing. Now, the English can do this a little bit, but nowhere near as much. And so one of the other solutions we've found for dealing with this when we come across a Russian swear word which has had bits stuck on the beginning and end or both, is what's called an infixation. An infixation is where you take your main word and you put a word, insert a word into the middle of it. Any native English speaker will know most of these. Just some examples from Russian. You've got ебать becomes заебастый, could become хуй becomes нахуйник, наебывать, так далее. So those are just some examples of prefixes and suffixes being added. The infixation phenomenon in English is when you put a word in the middle of another word. So instead of saying amazing, you could say a fucking amazing. And that has the effect of, well, it's funny, first of all, it's emphatic, and it's a version that we can use to make a word flex the way the Russian word has flexed. So, for example, the Russian might be "ахуеть," and you can then go "ah, fucking amazing." Depending on your intonation, that can be good or bad. Similar to that, we can then go with taking a set expression and inserting a swear word into it. So the set expression is to beat somebody black and blue. In this case, in Russian it might be "Sbili его нахуй," and in English it will be "they beat him black and fucking blue." You don't have to hyphenate it, but it makes it easier to read, to realize what's happening. So that's another example, similar sort of trick, but slightly different version, because it's not just a word, but a whole phrase. I should note, most foreigners know the word fuck, but there are a lot more swear words in the English language than that. It's not all about fucks, so you can use it with bloody as well, for example. So abso-bloody-lutely would be a very enthusiastic way of saying absolutely. And then you can go with creating a phrase around this. So I think it's my feeling that the English phrases are an equivalent of the Russian prefixes and suffixes, in the sense that they're where we have fun with our swear words. So we can be funny with them because of the context we put them in a small phrase. Where, you know, in Russian you can call somebody or a situation "заебастый." In English we don't have that, but we can make it funny by putting it in a shortish phrase. For example, "he got all cunty." By sticking the Y on the end, it's an unusual expression to use. It comes from the film The Gentleman, Guy Ritchie, and it's an unusual usage of it, and because it's in the sentence, "he got all," you know, that's something we're used to hearing about with a different ending. He got all irritated, he got all embarrassed, and suddenly to drop the C-bomb in there makes it amusing, catches your attention, makes it sound different. And the Russian from that might be "on вообще охуел." Now the next example is something I think is a very interesting example that we have used we've observed in other situations too, which is an inversion, what I call an inversion. A lot of the time in Russian, where there is a rhetorical question, the English will be a statement instead. So now we have rhetorical questions in English, of course, we use them, but the way they're used in Russian translates much better as a statement into English than as repeating a rhetorical question. So the "а ты не охуел?" Rhetorical question, which is obviously not expecting any kind of an answer, translates badly as, I can't even think what it would be in bad English, but you can flip it into a statement and turn it into "don't be a dick about it." Now we're keeping, interestingly, the "hui," cock, and dick situation there, so that hasn't completely transferred, but what has changed is that it's gone from being a question to a statement. So that's how we try and deal with Russian prefixes and suffixes. Mostly it's with infixations, or bottom right corner, turn it into a phrase, a sentence, and it'll be something roughly equivalent. We can have, so I haven't got any examples for you there, I'm afraid. I don't know how that happened. Never mind, we'll move on. Third up is dealing with unusual expressions. Now, we had the great honor a couple of years ago to subtitle "Kalina Krasnaya" by Vasily Shukshin. The film had been restored by Mosfilm's restoration department. They were sending it to the Venice Film Festival for restored films, and they sent it to us for subtitling. Now, I don't know if you've watched this ever, or indeed recently, but apart from Shukshin being a fantastic actor, it also has his wonderful writing in it, and his writing is amazing because he just makes up huge amounts of what he's saying. the text, of expressions, things like that, which make his characters very colourful, of course. But that provides an additional challenge for when you're trying to translate this, because, well, how do you deal with it? How do you understand it in the first place? And if you've understood it, how then do you deal with it? Now, I would... so the screenshot here is from our channel, Shakespeare Plätschert. If you'd like to, I won't go on much about this, but if you'd like to go onto the channel, have a watch of the video. It's only 8 minutes long or so. But that should provide you a bit more information about how we dealt with that situation. The result of this, of course, is that our comments are turned on, and people are allowed to comment on what they see on our channel. And a chap called Ayur made a comment, which I thought was very interesting for this talk here. And so I'll address that now. Если носитель языка оригинала приходится догадываться о значении сленгового выражения, то, может быть, и калька подойдет, ведь тогда иностранный зритель будет в равном положении с оригинальным зрителем. So he's got a good point. It's an interesting point, but he's not entirely right. He's forgetting a couple of very important factors. What's he forgetting? He's forgetting what I call metadata. And the metadata is all the information that comes around what's actually being said when you're watching a film. So the metadata can be the intonation of how it was said. It could be the body language of the speaker. It could be word associations that you have with the words the speaker said. Or it could be collocations, standard collocations that are used and that tell you as a native speaker of the source language certain things. Now he brings an example, Zabieg v Shirinu. So Shukshin's character gets out of prison, goes to town, has some money, and he asks the local fixer guy to help him organize a Zabieg v Shirinu, by which he means a big party. This is entirely a Shukshin expression. It doesn't exist. And if you were to see it just on paper without any explanation, you could easily be lost, native Russian speaker or not. However, given the context of the scene, given the way he's talking, given the way he looks, the way he moves, the intonation, given all of the metadata, it's a lot easier for you as a native Russian speaker to guess at what he means than it is for a native English speaker if we were to translate that more literally. You know, I haven't really thought about a literal translation because it would be bad, but Zabieg v Shirinu, a broad runaround, maybe, something like that. You know, if you translated it as a broad runaround, your viewers would be completely lost. And well, there'd be no point in doing that. Your job as a subtitler is to make a film understandable. It's also as visible as you can be, so that they can get on with watching the film and not reading it. As such, Ayur made an interesting point, but I think that he's missing the fact that you, as a Russian speaker, will have picked up all of that metadata, which I, as a foreigner, may not have and probably won't have picked up. And so if we don't, as subtitlers, clarify it slightly, then you know, we're doing our viewers a disservice. For Zabieg v Shirinu, in the end, I think we came up with to have a knees up. A knees up is a good slangy expression to have a party. It's understood by most people, native English speakers at least, and it's a fun expression. You know, it's not offensive to anyone. It's not sort of tainted by any particular negativity or anything else. So it just means to have a good time. As such, we delivered the fact that it was in informal and, I don't know about slangy, but informal language. We made it understandable to those who weren't able to interpret the metadata. Sorry if I harped on about that, not being able to see anybody's faces. I've no idea if you're nodding at me enthusiastically or scratching your head saying, what the hell? So it's unclear to me whether it's all clear and understood or not. But let's move on. That's one of the ways of dealing with unusual expressions.
Hello?
So
can you hear
here's some
me?
more unusual expressions.
Well, it's a huge pity that you cannot join us here, but please believe me that our audience is reacting very vividly. Yeah, thank you.
I hope they haven't all left because it's too rude.
Yeah, continue, please.
Okay. So this example is also from Patriot. Patriot is just very rich in swear words and unusual language, so I chose it for that reason. They're talking about a church, a new religious organization sort of starting up in their town, and how they get people to come to their meetings. And he says, Kutuzov был, говорит, шняга конская, но печеньки классные. Now, шняга конская, if you didn't have any native English speaker translating this, you didn't have any Russians around you to find out what the hell that meant, you could spend a long time working out that that's just his made-up thing. Shняga exists, konska exists, you don't find them together, you would scratch your head and think, what the hell is that? But fortunately we have native Russian speakers on our team, so we consult with each other the whole time, and we're able to work out that no one invented language, and it just means a bunch of bullshit kind of thing. So we then thought, well, how can we render that in English? We don't want to render it so that we're going to end up confusing people. One of the difficulties in this, again, is we could, of course, invent something for that character, for him to say that's new and unusual. The problem with that, there are two principal problems with that. One of them is most viewers will watch it and think that you've just done shit subtitles. That's it. They'll just be like, well, those are crap subtitles. Because the written word, even if it's written and it's said, appearing at the same time as somebody speaking it, the written word is interpreted differently to the spoken. It'll just look like bad subtitling rather than somebody speaking idiosyncratically. The other thing is that our subtitles are usually done for festivals, for film markets, for that kind of thing, so they are watched by people who are not exclusively native English speakers. If this was going to broadcast on the BBC, that would be one thing, because I'd be pretty sure that 99% of the people watching it would be native British English speakers. If it's going to be broadcast on CNN, same thing. But very often these are going to film festivals and film markets where you might have a buyer from Spain next to a buyer from China watching this. And they speak English, of course, that's why they're there. But if you get deep into slang, you're going to lose them. And if they get disinterested, then you can actually lose the sale of the property, of the TV series. And that's your fault as the subtitler for being too enthusiastic, shall we say. So we try and strike a balance between weird, unusual phrases and making it understandable. What do we come up with in English in this case? We came up with, Kutuzov says it's horse shit, but there's free cookies. Now, horse shit is a bit rude, but it's not too rude to fit here. Shняga konska, we've also got konska. So we've managed to keep that horse link. There's a bit of something similar there. You could say bullshit easily, equally. We managed to keep a little bit of the link with the original, but also to use an expression that people understand to mean, nonsense, waste of time, something that isn't true. So I was quite pleased with that. TV series Olga. God, it's easily one of the most difficult things we ever subtitle, because in that, if you think I'm speaking quickly, they speak double the speed, and it's all slang. So this is the father of the family, grandfather of the family, and there's, I think he's looking for some medicine in the aptechka, and all he can find is, как это называется, уголь рафинированный, или как там. So there's charcoal things that Russians take. So he says, вы нормальным чем-то болеете или только дышите? Now, unfortunately, there wasn't the time on screen to deliver the whole thing. So in English we had to shorten it down, and we used again a slangy expression which well, certainly all native English speakers will understand. A lot of non-native English speakers wouldn't necessarily understand it, but because of the context around what was happening, we see people running to the toilet with diarrhea, we understand that that's what he means. So what's all this? Or you guys only ever get the runs. To get the runs is to have diarrhea. So that's another way of dealing with these people's fantastically creative expressions. Essentially, understand the point of what they're trying to say. Simplify a little. Try and match the level of rudeness or informality, and come up with something that fits. Those are the sort of 3 tasks that we try and bear in mind when doing this. Okay, and sorry. So this one, you may, if you studied literature at school, have come across an expression called a transferred epithet. And that's when you use a word that is usually used to describe one noun to describe another. An example of a transferred epithet might be, he pointed at me with an angry finger. Now, obviously, fingers can't have emotions. They can't be angry. So you can't basically describe a finger as angry. But if you use it in the construction of a transferred epithet, so from him being angry to the finger being angry, then it emphasizes that anger. It's slightly unusual, catches the reader's attention, etc. I was trying to come up with a way of describing what we do in this situation, and it occurred to me that it's a bit like a transferred epithet, so I just call it a transferred swearithet. We use this when there's no time or no space on screen to deliver all of the volume of text or swearing that we want to deliver. We also use it if occasionally there's a reason, there's some linguistic dissonance, which means that it doesn't work, it doesn't fit. I wish I had an example for you, but unfortunately I never saved any as we were doing them, and going back through hundreds of hours of film to find one example was not within my capability of linguistic dissonance, I mean. But I do have one for where there was no time or space on screen. So this is basically where you have a scene where there's something happening and somebody swears, let's say, possibly multiple times. There's no space on the screen or time for you to put all of that information into this subtitle. And so you can then take that flavor, that degree of swearing or emotion, and transfer it over to the next sentence. You can bring it forwards, but that usually doesn't work so well, so better to transfer it over to a next one. So, for example, we've got a situation here where this guy who's lying on the ground was just inside that building, and they were having a big heated argument, and he decided he would escape by jumping out through that non-existent window. So he jumped out, fell over, hurt his leg, and in Russian he says "suka." Because of what he was, it's, you know, "suka" is relatively rude, bitch, whatever, but it's not that bad. Because of what they were saying in the previous scene, which is basically carried on from this, so it's not, there wasn't a scene change, just a camera angle change. Because there was no time to fit it in, we figured that, okay, let's transfer that swear to the next line. So instead of saying damn or, you know, God damn it or something like that, we went with a bit more dramatic, shit the bed. It's a fantastic expression. It's quite awful. It's surprise, it's disappointment, you know, 2 in 1. And because of the previous flavor of what he was saying, and given the current situation and that we have the time, because he only says one word in Russian, we decided to put it in here. So that's another way that we deal with language that we feel is important to get the flavor of the scene, but can't be fitted into where it is. We'll often transfer it to a later sentence, perhaps a later camera change, etc. So those are the 4 kind of tricks that we've developed to deal with difficult situations in swearing and things. You know, with all that said, sometimes it's just easy. So, for example, here's this girl describing her relationship with people at school, and she talks about how they talk about her, describe her. They say, "Ну, типа малолетка тупая" или "меркантильная сука." And, you know, translated into English, very easy. They're like, that dumbass, sorry about the intonation, or materialistic bitch. So that was easy, came out meaning almost word for word the same thing, didn't have to think of any equivalents or anything else. I probably included this because that is the exception that proves the rule. Rarely can you actually relate word for word what was said in Russian and put that into English. In this situation, it worked. So I'm wrapping up now. There's a fantastic video that I strongly recommend you all go and have a look at. This guy is a Finnish comedian. He's called Ismo, I-S-M-O. And if you Google Ismo ass video, you'll find this, where he spends about 10 minutes talking about the flexibility of the American word ass. It's fantastic. It's funny because of his delivery, but better than that, it's very educational about how it can be used for emphasis, how it can be used for nothing, how it can make something stronger, how it can mean quite the opposite of what it means. Just as a brief example, he says lazy ass means a very lazy person, whereas badass, lazy ass emphasizes the fact that he's lazy, whereas badass doesn't mean that he's the opposite of that. It means that he's actually very bad. That was a bad example. An opposite at one stage, but I've lost it. Never mind. Go look at that video. It's hilarious. And finally, Dima Puchkov Goblin and I have been doing a series of, this isn't on my channel, but if you look for it on YouTube, you'll find it. Been doing a series of videos about the film Gentleman, The Gentleman, where we talk about his translation of it and what he could have done, what some of those expressions actually mean, where they come from, all kinds of cultural and sociological stuff in there. We've done 3 videos so far, 2 published, 1 coming, and there'll be more because it's a huge film. So that's it. Thank you very much. I've prattled on. I have to leave you very shortly because there's a person waiting for me for a job interview. But do you have any questions as we're going at the moment?
Thank you. Thank you, Will. Thanks a lot for your presentation, for inventing terms for this presentation. That was absolutely amazing. And yes, we saw that video with dedicated to S, and
you've seen it, good. Okay.
Yes, that was only the. No, I forgot how he formulated that, but yes, it's really funny. So,
yeah,
do we have questions in our audience? Yes.
Just a technical question. You're working with subtitles, so are subtitles in English happen to be longer than Russian swear words, or do you have to cut them down, or what's the usual balance?
Good question. Is the swearing longer? I haven't looked at that individually.
But general, in a general way.
Yeah. So basically, always for subtitles, you make them shorter than the spoken Russian. That's a basic rule. Just because there's no time. But often in swearing, actually, Russians will use 2 or 3 words So if you remember the example from the first bit, there was somebody might say, "Да сука, блядь," and then go on to say something else. In English, you can't put those two words together like that. You might say, "Oh, for fuck's sake," but there's only one swear word in there. The closest you get would be "fucking hell," but you know, hell isn't a swear word; it's just an expression. So there is that. Sometimes Russian uses more words than English does for that. But as a basic rule, no, subtitling, unfortunately, is very much a case of shortening material down. I think, on average, probably 30% less words in subtitles than in the whole text.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ще питанечка з онлайну.
Hi, this is Irina speaking. We have some comments and a question. The first is a comment from Olga Kameneva. Will, it's Olga Kameneva, fantastic presentation. I hardly know half of Russian swear words, not to mention English. And also we have a question, is it possible for foreigner to understand all Russian swear words? Because sometimes, depending on intonation, the same word can mean, can have another meaning.
Yeah,
and of course, how long did it take you to understand all the meanings?
Russian swearing is difficult principally because of all the prefixes and suffixes. That's what makes it so difficult for foreigners to do well. I think English swearing is difficult not because of that, but because of word choice, appropriateness, and perhaps context that you put swear words into English. So that's why the two of them have their own degrees of difficulty. For myself, I was protected. I was protected by all the Russians I knew for a long time. They wouldn't let me near swear words. And I don't know, I never took any particular interest myself. I wasn't a translator back then, you know, I was in business, I had no need to swear at people I was doing business with. But I remember one day an employee of mine described a previous employee as "Да он мудила конченый." And I said, "He's what?" And he said, "Ой, извини, не надо было." And I said, "Я не понял просто слово, что ты там сказал?" And then he eventually explained to me that there's a word mudak, which can become mudila, and what it means and why and how. And that was the first time any Russian had introduced me to any kind of Russian swear word. And that would have been 2008, probably. So I'd been here for 5 years by then. Can you believe it? I didn't know any. I really didn't. I was very naive. After that, we started working with film, and naturally I had to wise up a bit and start learning about it. But even researching for this presentation, I found a lot of things that, you know, terms, expressions I'd never come across before. So we have a little database that we're building. We'll be adding to that. So hopefully we'll have a good sort of place to keep all this information. But yeah, it's taken me a long time. And Olga, привет. Olga was one of my students at Высшая школа перевода years ago, now a very successful interpreter in St. Petersburg.
Okay, thank you. That's all with the questions for today.
No. Can I
help? Oh, no.
Yes, can I? First of all, I remember the joke. He said, I have spoken about some meanings of the word ass, but that is only the top of the iceberg. And now, my question, Will, have you ever had the experience of subtitling the same film differently, depending on the viewers, like for BBC or Chinese channel? It would be interesting to compare two versions.
Yeah. Not for a client, no. We did it once for our own entertainment.
Yeah. That's why I said it would be interesting.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. No, we did do it once where for a client because they wanted the uncut version, but they also wanted a version that was going to be shown at a festival. So and it wasn't because it was going to be censored. It was because it needed to be simpler. There needed to be less idiom, so that buyers from different countries could understand it. So we did once. I can't remember what film it was now, but we did once produce a director's version, should we say, director's cut, and a marketable version. And it's interesting what changes. Yeah. Maybe I should look that up and do a presentation about that someday.
Yeah, it would be very interesting. Thank you, Will. We really enjoyed your presentation, and we hope to see you again next year here in person.
Yes, look forward to it. Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Thank you for not running away when I started swearing.
We started smiling. Bye. Bye.
So I hope that our online participants also had nice coffee with really delicious cookies while we were enjoying them here. So now I would like to introduce Leonid Glazychev and Fedor Bezrukov from Logros IT, who we hope will really improve that impression about the end of the industry. Probably no. So we'll have to listen. We'll hear how to prepare for this post-doom period of our life, whether the industry will still survive all these changes and new technologies. So please, let's give a round of applause to Leonid and Fedor.
Okay, I take it, first of all, as an applause to the audience who were valiant enough to show up after the whole day, whether you're online or right here, and you could enjoy the weather and the outdoors, but nevertheless. Okay, of course we'll start with doom and gloom. I mean, it's necessary because our goal is to scare you. But there'll be a ray or two of light, or maybe the light at the end of the tunnel, or whatever you prefer. So we'll definitely try to conclude on a more positive note. But first, beware. We're absolutely serious. Now, just a very short forward. If you think that doomsday is dedicated to the COVID-19 pandemic, you are wrong. This topic was proposed for UTIC 2020 in late January, very early February 2020. And that's why the name of the presentation, because we were preparing for Valentine's Day, actually, and discussing it. And I suggested the topic that had nothing to do with COVID. We were not self-isolating at that moment. And the world, except for Asia, was not scared enough. We were going to discuss the future of our industry, not the immediate future, like how we're going to use machine translation better, or how are we going to get used to other new requirements, but rather to a longer-term perspective here. Okay, so without further ado, let's get to the slides. Okay, so first, the question to you. Has the industry reached its maturity, or it's already overripe? And let's talk. So first of all, the topic I already mentioned, that it has nothing to do with COVID. It touches upon deeper subjects and gloomier subjects. So first of all, why are we thinking that we are reaching or looking forward to doomsday unless we do something or unless we change something in our behavior? The reason is simple. Say, first of all, numerous verticals, numerous vertical markets are switching completely to machine translation or almost completely to machine translation when we're either not post-editing at all or we're post-editing only some small pieces. Whatever we get from our clients is getting more and more fragmented. We're not getting whole documents any longer, not even paragraphs. Sometimes it's a couple of phrases or even part of a phrase, absolutely standalone, absolutely no context. It's very hard to translate it properly, but that's the reality. Moreover, it increases overhead because if you are sent, even in the most automated workflow system, you are not getting a text that you translate. You are getting 50 requests per day, each of them very small, and you have to process them all. You have to figure out what it means, and it's a tiny part. It's challenging, it's stressful, and it's actually less pay, more work. Margins. Any mature industry is marked by two things. First of all, the competition is very high. There are quite a number of big and mid-sized players on the market, and even on the freelance market, there is a lot of supply, and at the same time, because it's mature, the margins are thinning. They're nothing like they used to be, say, in the early 90s. And this is true of any mature industry. The more mature it is, the thinner the margins. Just remember, 20 years ago, how many phone and first smartphone manufacturers there were. So then half of them, or maybe 2/3 of them, disappeared, and the other ones consolidated under a single brand, or maybe a couple brands, just because they could no longer survive. The margins are thinning. And the same is true about translation industry. At the same time, the interesting part, and I mean the COVID-19 pandemic has only kind of exacerbated that. I mean, I've never ever heard about so many webinars, conferences, and each and every participant pretends that the industry is more alive than ever. It's hard to believe. I mean, we're maturing, our margins are thinning, the workflows are more and more fragmented, humans are partially replaced by empty, and looks like this trend is irreversible, and you're still talking about how exciting the industry is, what incredible prospects it has got. I mean, whom are you kidding, guys? Finally, are we going to continue pretending that we're more alive, or face the reality and think about things we're going to do in order to survive long term? And long term means that, of course, if you're going to end your career within the next 5 to 7 years, most probably you have nothing to worry about. But if you're young enough or ambitious enough, or just do not want to sit idle and watch streaming services like Netflix, or till your garden or whatever, then probably you do not need to be worried, but you need to think about the other ways of how you can complement or change or evolve your services. And this relates both to companies and individuals. Okay. I mean, I've used this photograph. If you remember, some of you have read about them. You probably do not remember them. This is a picture of switchboard operators. It was #1 occupation for women in the United States in the 50s and early 60s. Later on, they were mostly replaced by machines, even though I was very surprised to hear that the world currently still employs approximately 20,000 of these, because some companies prefer a human answering their line rather than an annoying machine. Okay, so that's it about doom and gloom and hope. I really hope that you're already scared enough so that we can proceed with further, even more scary stories, and then to the positive part of it.
Okay, thank you, Leonid. Some recent trends might sound very alarming for the industry professionals. Among them, machine translation. It's a new trend when raw MT is used without any post-editing. If you can understand what this is about, that's fine, no matter how funny and awkward it may look like. You understand that, that's fine. Next is fragmentation plus automation. More and more often you receive, as Leonid already told, only short pieces of text. In many cases, high fuzzy matches sent to you by automated TMSs. You no longer see the big picture. You can't make the whole text look great. Your work is just a small piece in a pile, and sometimes it's a diamond in a compiled dung heap. Sorry. Next, the expectations for text quality have decreased significantly. It's almost okay now to use instant messaging or Twitter style for writing and correspondence. True professionals who can't live without polishing their work again and again may think that their time has passed
and it's hardly possible to survive in this new cruel world. And now we have some special
Yeah, so now we have a special guest. I've recorded this interview just a couple of days ago. It's pretty fresh. And now you'll hear the thoughts from one of the biggest companies in the world and one of the fastest growing. And Vince is the product manager at AliExpress. And I asked him a single question. And I hope that you're really interested in hearing his answer about whether translators are going to be extinct. English name is Vince, and you are?
I'm product manager in AliExpress. We are trying to make language a kind of strategy to help us to increase the efficiency of the platform, and also just like what we said, bridge people from different culture.
A stupid question. Do you think, will human translators be eliminated from the translation production chain in the next 5 to 10 years?
In the next 5 to 10 years, I'm afraid probably you might have already seen the video called Wandering Earth from China. In the video, the protagonist had this device that can understand what the other is saying instantly. What I think is that it might be like that in the future, because our neural machine translation technology and because a huge amount of the copper are there to train the engines. However, just like what I had shared with you about cultural exchange, people, they have different background, they have different understanding. As long as the diversity of each area exists, this cultural exchange will exist, and because it's constant, the change is continuous. So machine is still is always catching up with the changes, and as with changes of this diversity. I think even not only for 5 to 10 years, even longer, as long as humans' diversity is a little bit ahead of the machine still cannot predict this different needs from the people. We still need human to input knowledge, to instruct the machine to do a translation that actually would resonate among different groups of people. It's not only word-to-word translation, just like the baseball cap. Okay, it's a baseball cap, but people's understanding on the baseball cap are different. It's kind of specific type, very diversified kind of baseball cap with a different name. So human can help the machine and to make it more specified. So, but generally, I think the role of the human and machine are different. Usually, it had been the machine helping human to translate, helping the human translator to do the translation, right? We use translation memory, terminology, even we use machine translation to help translator to do that. We use interactive machine translation thing, but later on, what I see in the industry, in this industry, is with the cost estimation algorithm blending into the whole process, it seems that human is not translating; they are curating the output from the machine translation in order to make the machine more human-like, to cover, let's say, 95% of the scenarios that the translation is needed. So, I mean, the role is changed. It had been machine helps translator to translate. Now it's been, now it is. Translator is curating the corpus to help machine.
Thank you so much, Vince. I really appreciate you finding time to answer this couple of questions. And I really enjoyed your summary. It was a great line. Okay, so just to remind you, I mean, the summary of it. Earlier on, machines helped humans to translate. Now humans are going to help machines to translate by curating the content. Okay, think about it. And this is from one of the companies that's using it extensively and that's growing very fast.
Okay, so what to do and where to run in these dark times? Companies may consider expansion in other countries or markets, and individuals may remember the second foreign language they have been learning, studying long ago, but haven't used for some time. And everyone can look for opportunities in the adjacent areas. After all, the language is used to present what? Content. You can switch to a higher level, develop content instead of translating existing one. Subtitling is another potentially interesting area. In the nearest future, some digital TV providers may come to your market, Ukrainian for example, with tons of content, and some of which may need to be localized, including subtitles. Think about standing out in your niche and start offering solutions rather than services. Concentrate on real clients' needs. Okay, let's move next slide. Okay. Just a second. Oh. Okay, but there are also major factors you need to consider and think about. First of all, think about affinity, ability to apply your experience, knowledge, skills. What do you like, what do you love to do actually, and what you can do and can sell, more importantly. You need to remember that you will need to be going outside your comfort zone. That may be hard for all of us. Think about advantages and challenges and also short and long-term potential of your decisions.
Yeah, because we shouldn't forget, okay, I hope by this moment you are scared. But the thing is, we shouldn't forget. We should enjoy life. We should be doing something that we're doing well, something that we like to do, something where we feel that we have a certain competitive advantage. And it's very important. So now let's consider some practical examples, some particular areas, and we consider all the scenarios that were mentioned. And let's discuss them a little bit and think about their ramifications and implications. So first of all, the first direction is expansion. Expansion sounds like the simplest one of them. That is, I mean, and it equally applies to companies and individuals. You can expand to the other country or another region or another market. Say you are starting to market your services, say in Turkey, because you expect that they'll be servicing a lot of Ukrainian tourists and they'll need some translation or voiceovers recorded or something. Or you are expanding your services by adding another language that's kind of rusty, but you know it. Or in terms of the company, you're expanding to another country, another market, opening another office, or doing something else. Affinity, it's high because it's the same business. I mean, generally you know what you're doing. Okay, it's another language, it's another country, it's another culture, but you are well aware of what you're doing. Out of the comfort zone, well, it varies, because with some cultures, like say Korean or Chinese, they're pretty different from the cultures, say, in Europe or in the United States. So if you're opening an office there, and believe me, we did that, it's quite a shock, and you go well outside your comfort zone. You have no idea what you're doing. In other cases, when you just add another language or add a subsidiary in some other European country, it may be a little bit easier. Challenges and risks. They are really multifaceted because and extremely varying because, first of all, it's a different culture, different legislation. In some countries, you simply cannot do whatever you got used to do in the areas you operate. And in some countries, it's the other way around. The economy is almost free. You're free to do whatever you want. It's some other conditions like mindsets, markets, personalities, because you always deal with people. If you want to promote your business, you are dealing with people in those countries or in those cultures, and you somehow need to manage all of this configuration. Potential, well, it's great in terms of risk mitigation, because one market goes down, the other market goes up. Look at the COVID pandemic. China is already recovering because they've passed the first curve and hopefully the second one. So generally the market there is considerably more alive than it is, say, in Europe. And in Europe, it's considerably more alive in some other areas that were hit hardest, like the US, Brazil, and Russia. Long term, no answer. No idea, because it really depends on where you're going, where you're running, what culture you are trying to penetrate, what country you're going to, and anything. The other line, diversification. Here, there are several avenues to explore. The thing is, Konstantin mentioned some of them, but the interesting part is, how close are these to something you can do? Whether you really can do it. I mean, the fact that content creation is relatively close to content translation doesn't mean much. And the reason is, not all of us were born writers or creators, or whatever they call it. Not all of us like it. Some of us are fine translating, but not so fine writing something. But in terms of challengings, and we're talking about a very diverse area. You can create video, you can create multimedia, you can create e-learning courses, custom e-learning courses. They are on a huge rise due to the COVID pandemic. I mean, they were already on the rise, but now, because huge companies still need to train their personnel, there are a lot of needs. Plus, sometimes they need to educate their buyers. So there's a huge demand for custom e-learning courses or for training videos, and for online tutoring and all these things. In terms of challenging, first of all, it's a high cost of entry because all these areas require equipment, they require knowledge, they require special software, sometimes pretty expensive to purchase, and your typical computer used for translation most probably will not do a very good job of rendering a video or, say, assembling an e-learning course. You can overcome this, but you need to know that it comes at a price. Risks. I would say they're moderate because generally, even if you invest in this and you're not very successful, you'll learn a lot. You'll be better at so many things. Say you try to create content in video. Okay, you haven't been very successful, but you know much more about localizing video or localizing games. So most of this effort or most of this investment is well justified. The hard part is becoming a major or at least a notable player in the market. That's a real challenge. Potential, this is absolutely unlimited. Remember, even at the times of crisis, and I'm actually referring to ancient Rome, people, I mean common people, were demanding two things, and you should remember them very well from history lessons. They were asking for bread and entertainment. Well, they said circus because there was no other entertainment, but in our case, it's streaming video, it's games and online gaming, it's all types of this content. So the demand is absolutely insatiable here. And this means that the potential is completely unlimited. Even if there are many players out there on the market, I mean, say you download a new game on your smartphone. Well, you play with it for a couple of days, but then you need another game. It doesn't need to be better. It just needs to be another game, and then another, and then another. If you're not an addict, then probably you know a couple of them. Long term, very positive. Whatever happens, however we evolve, entertainment will still be there. Creating content, the amount of content created is multiplying every year, and most probably it's going to continue multiplying, especially when you diversify in areas like audiovisual. Multimedia localization, it's another area. Relatively close to what we do as translation, because it's actually the same thing, just brought to another media. Challenges are very, very similar to what we talked about with content creation. You need equipment. You need people who know how to do that. You need some know-how. You will not be able to master it overnight. And you'll need software, sometimes pretty expensive and complicated, and your regular computers will not run it. That's true. Moreover, I mean, the most important part of it, when you are localizing this content, it's not purely technical. You need to love it. Unless you have people who are true fans, who have played 5 previous editions of the game, who know the history, who know how the characters talk to each other, who know their approaches, their mood swings and everything, you will not be able to create something of value. So it's a huge area. It's going to expand, because if one industry has not suffered in this COVID era, it's the game publishing industry. Believe me, they're still doing well. The major problem they had to cope with is how to move most of their developers and other employees online as efficiently and quickly as possible, so that they can restart or continue production at an increased pace, because the demand has never been higher. They're not suffering, they're actually expanding. And the same applies to localization. They'll need more markets, they'll need more people, they'll be pursuing it with vigor. So the potential is very significant, and long-term outlook is very positive. But you either need to love it yourself and be ready to invest, or you need to bring those people on board. And once again, risks are moderate. Yeah, you can spend some amount of money and time and hire some people. You may not be very successful, but you'll learn a very important trade that will help you with some other things. Say when you decide to create content or record audio, or I don't know, maybe you'll tutor somebody online, and all those skills will be quite useful. Web design and page setting, and many other things. Okay, risks are moderate, of course, because actually you do not need a huge investment, even though, of course, you need the skills and the software and sometimes the equipment and everything. Potential, I would say medium to high. It's not as high as with creating or game localization, but when it comes to web design, the demand is still very high. I do not think it's as high as with content creation or game localization and entertainment localization, but it's pretty high, pretty reliable, with a good long-term outlook, even though I would say it's probably a little bit more limited, because the companies only need that many websites or landing pages or something like that, and probably they're not ready to reinvest and redesign every year or 2 years. So generally, this area, of course, the sites will be updated and changed and everything, but most probably the demand will be more limited. And given that there are some very strong players out there in the market, it's not that easy to compete with them. On the other hand, the investment is lower. And once again, you'll learn a couple of things that are very important. Once again, I want to reiterate that we're talking about both individuals and companies. It's fully applicable to both kinds of translation providers. Other areas, you can consider teaching, yoga classes, whatever you like. Just give yourself a second chance. Think about areas where you are strong, where you have a competitive advantage, areas that you really like or maybe love, areas that you think will bring you to the future and where you have a natural advantage.
Okay, so what did we do at Logros IT? We combined all three approaches. We started to provide new services and develop existing ones, like content creation. We also started to work on the markets that were new for us, China and Korea, for example, far more actively. Our new slogan, just a moment, sorry. Yes. Our new slogan could be, it's all about content. We intensified content creation rather than translating it, we create content and continue to develop multimedia localization, including games and web design areas.
Okay, so now a small break because you're already tired. We're nearing the end of the presentation, but this is one of the things we did. Okay, so that's one of the areas we diversified into.
Okay, thank you. Talking about specialization, we concentrated on our strong points, like language quality assurance and building solutions. For example, project portal and LQA portal. The more expertise you need, the less competition you will have. And the more you can get from the situation.
Absolutely. Okay, so just continuing that, turnkey LQA solutions, because, you know, everybody talks about quality. Alexander touched upon it. Many other people prior to him touched upon it. But the more we translate using the machine or even generate using the machine, the more we need to check it, the more we need to predict, the more we need to assess on the run, because we need to know whether we're exposed, whether people will at least understand whatever was translated, or whether we are really running the risk of being sued for publishing something absolutely unacceptable, politically incorrect, or exposing the company in a very bad way. So that's one of the areas we addressed at Logros IT, and we have this solution here. The other one's creating a portal for customers who do not want to have sophisticated workflows because they just want to send you a file. It needs to be easy. So you do something with it, you translate it, or you do quality assurance, and they get it back online, and it's all seamless online workflow, plus they get a quote, they can see whatever they've ordered within a quarter and all that stuff. So that's where we're diversified. Yes, and that's the real pie chart showing what we are doing now. So the thing is, believe it or not, but translation and localization account for less than 50% of the company's global revenue. The bigger half, constitutes game localization, which is a big thing, 20%, creative services, 18%, and technical services and language services, 10 and 7. So once again, we do not know the right way. We do not have the silver bullet. We have no idea whether we're doing it right or not. We've put the eggs in one basket, not in one basket, but in multiple baskets, and we hope that we've done the right thing. And we tried to be honest with you and consider various scenarios and talk about risks, affinity, various other implications. And we're very open to the discussion, to your questions, to your ideas, to your suggestions, to your criticism, and whatever you've got in stock for us. And thank you so much, actually, for your patience and being present here or listening online, despite the fact that it's already early evening. And maybe some of you would like a cup of coffee or just stroll in the park or dive into the river. Thank you so much.
Friday evening.
Oh, Friday evening, my God, it's a happy hour, or maybe an unhappy hour for you. Thank you so much once again, and your ideas, criticism, comments, questions are very, very welcome. Okay, anybody wants to ask a question from the audience?
So the first question is, first of all, thank you very much for such an insightful presentation, really. I refreshed myself when I was listening to it. Yes, so the question is, are there any other fields that you're going to major in future? Is that all? Are you satisfied with what you have? Is it enough of diversification for you? Or maybe you're going to continue this, and what will it turn into if so? Thank you.
Well, a great question with a subtext, I would say. Well, so first of all, I will emphasize, in our view, it's a triangle. It's specialization, that is doing something better and delving deeper than the others and providing some specialized services or product. Second, it's expansion, be it geographical, language expansion or whatever. And only the third one is diversification. It's not the only solution, as some experts in the industry try to emphasize. They are omitting the other two. So it's important to think about them as not an unholy trinity. So these are the three things you should consider, not just one. Second, no, we're never satisfied. First of all, because otherwise you're not entertained enough. Second, because you've already done something, you've invested into something, you want something new, just to continue being entertained, to continue being alive. I mean, I've been in this industry for quite some time, Fyodor as well, and we really need to be excited about something new. Regrettably, we're not ready to share, because something that's not a final product, that's not on the market yet, I apologize, but we're not ready to share. But believe me, we're not going to stop where we are.
I just wanted to add, to underline, if it's legal, if we can do it, if we are going to get paid for it, we will do it.
Yeah, even if it's almost legal, we'll most probably do that.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. And my question will be egoistic, maybe. As a freelancer, I understand perfectly what you say about the first two elements, like specialization. I think I might move a bit further. Okay. Well, what you said about specialization. You understand me, yeah. And My question about the third element, diversification. Being a non-creative person at all, what is the easiest path for me to move to some better future in terms of diversification? You understand the question? Yeah.
Well, first of all, I mean, my first advice has nothing to do with our profession. It's purely psychological. It comes from my wife. Do not underestimate or do not undersell yourself. That's the first thing. Even if you're too critical of yourself and you think of yourself as a non-creative person, it doesn't mean you are not a creative person. It means that you're probably overshadowed by something, or you are too much afraid to go there. But if this is not your first choice, you do not want to write content, you do not want to start creating funny videos tomorrow or something like that, there are plenty of paths to evaluate. But as I try to emphasize, I cannot give you a universal piece of advice because, first of all, you listen to yourself. Where you are strong. What hobbies do you have that you can try to monetize? Which areas are you strong in that you've never used? Because maybe you've, studied translation, but you were also pretty strong when, I don't know, when you were at school or when you were at the university or wherever. You were strong maybe in a couple other things. Maybe you're very good with people in organizing events or something like that. Maybe you're pretty good selling services or advertising something just because people believe you. And that's important because you're sociable, you're nice enough, you can easily adapt to something. Maybe you'll be the next yoga star. That's the great thing about it. I cannot list a particular, say, table, or I cannot publish a table. Okay, so these are diversification scenarios 1 to 29. They are endless, and you should listen to yourself and think about your strengths, think about the things you've forgotten or you didn't explore because you were concentrating on your primary area and were not doing. I'm sorry, I may sound vague, but I cannot read your mind or learn your biography from a distance, regrettably. So the thing is, but it should be inside you. Most well-educated people who work in our industry are, believe me, they are multi-talented. And I know that. And you should know this about yourself. Thank you, and sorry for being too vague.
Example of your wife? You said your wife made it, like, being...
No, my wife, just every time I'm doing something wrong, in her opinion, she says, never underestimate yourself, never undersell yourself. You deserve everything.
We have a question from our online attendees to Fedor and Leonid. So, how do you feel about the potential for voice and AI data services? That is a question.
Voice and AI data services, yes. As far as I understand, this is about voice recognition and text-to-speech and speech-to-text. If I'm wrong, please correct me. If I'm not, so I think we'll not experience some revolution in current few years because we are already at a very advanced level, and 95% of speech is recognized correctly. And speech generation and neural AI engines like deepfake make really fantastic things. So I think we already are at a very advanced level, and I don't know what to add here.
Well, I have a couple of words to add here. Well, first of all, if you are a translator and you are not translating written text, but you're translating online or you're doing subtitles, something like that, do not think you are safe. A lot of automation programs are being improved as we speak, especially the AI area. Most subtitles in English are generated automatically as the programs run. And whoever has seen TV in the US broadcasts, like sporting events or live shows, they will see that while these subtitles are not perfect, they're very good already. So no human services are required, and given that people need them live, I mean, it's not a movie that you stream when you want. It's a real sporting event or a newscast or a live show, and everybody is interested in being in complete sync. The same goes about voiceovers. Very soon, machines will do a significant part of it. So that is why we were emphasizing content generation, because that's one area where humans are still kind of better and we're more protected, because even if machine helps us, there's still a lot of space for imagination where we can fly, where we can actually divert the movement, because the machine doesn't create for itself, it creates for us humans. And that's where we are still valuable and important. When it comes to the other aspect, if we're talking about the data science aspect of AI development, it's a great area, and there is a huge shortage of data scientists and those who are working on AI, training AI, and they have rather lucrative salaries, believe me. But the problem is, it's not so easy to move from a translator to an AI scientist or an AI expert. That is why we didn't mention it. I mean, there are a lot of very nice, very interesting, great occupations, but I'm not sure that most of the translators or whoever works in the industry can easily bridge that gap. I mean, it's the other aspect of this.
Thank you so much. And we have a question from Pavel Dunaev. Hello, Pavel. So he says, it was great. Can you tell a bit about arrangements for content creation? They are not paid per word, obviously, but how do you define terms and conditions?
Oh, Pavel, I truly appreciate your question, as usual, because they are always very thoughtful and kind of in-depth. That's the question that our business development asks all the time. How do we sell these services? Because clients who are paying money, they need to kind of measure it somehow in a kind of an easy to understand way, in a tangible way. So when you create, the typical thing there is that we use absolutely different units. So for videos or audio, you typically count in seconds or minutes of created or localized video. That includes the fact that you translate it or translate the subtitles or just do the voiceovers or something. You have to actually prepare the translations. Sometimes there is a question of timing or lip sync or something, because you have to re-edit them multiple times so that they do not only read well, they sound well, and they're timed accordingly, and they work well in this environment. And then there is another area that you need to post-edit the sound, that is post-process it, and sometimes it takes hours. But still, what the client pays for, they pay for the video. Say the video you've seen, the Kaspersky one, it's 60 seconds, and they're ready to pay so much for a short video that is 30 or 60 seconds. So typically, simplified rates are applied. Typically, it's for a second or a minute of processed, ready to deliver video or audio, or in terms of e-learning courses, it's the time it takes to take the course. So you plan the course, say one lesson is 40 to 45 minutes. We just discussed with Alexander, because people lose focus after that. That's why we are timing our presentation so that it took 45 minutes together with all the other things, because after that we need to get interactive. So we try to simplify it. So we charge by minute, or we charge by hour, or by second of created content, and try to include as much as possible there. Plus, there are several separate tasks that are charged per task. Say when you do live casting for AAA computer games, where the publisher insists on selecting particular voices, they need to approve them because the characters should sound adequate to the original version. There you also say charge for live casting session or something, but it's typically simple and easy to understand and well structured. So it's an absolutely different structure. It's not word related, it's rather content size related, if I may. I hope I answered the question. If I didn't, I can delve into details.
У нас нет времени на то, что подробно.
Okay. Any more questions? Yeah, one small one, because Fyodor has a presentation in a different hall in 3 minutes.
I'm so sorry. As a Korean interpreter and translator, I'm just wondering about some of the more unexpected things that you encountered while trying to open business in Korea. Just curiosity.
Okay, a very brief answer. Everything. The culture is completely different. Expectations are completely different. Even knowledge of English varies because people occupying high posts in Korean companies are typically older people who do not know English well, because Koreans were a relatively closed society up until maybe 20 years ago. So people who are making decisions, they do not speak English well. I mean, that's the typical thing. And because of that, you need local people whom you need to trust, who can deliver the message and who develop the content. And the second thing that is probably very unusual, say for European or especially Ukrainian culture, Ukrainians are extremely hospitable. If you have a foreigner, or say the same can be said about Poland, if you see a foreigner who has some problems or trouble navigating or finding something or doing something, you're ready to help. You'll get out of your skin to help. In Korea, Koreans are first-rate people, and the foreigners were typically considered second-rate people. It's not that they're not helpful, but centuries of isolation led to an absolutely different culture. It's in a European's viewpoint. I do not mean any cultural insult, for God's sake. This is a very xenophobic culture. It's Koreans first. So you have to kind of break this barrier. And nowadays, it's being broken because younger generations are considerably more exposed to the world culture. They typically take a semester or two abroad. They start in Australia, learn not only the language but the culture. But the older generations are very reserved. They're kind of scared of foreigners. They do not trust them. And if you're a foreigner, if you look like me, you will not sell anything there. I mean, I can sell almost everywhere except for Japan and Korea. There, I'm almost helpless. I just have to sit there like the boss and just pretend that I understand what's going on because they're talking in Korean and using their own slang, their own terminology, their own approaches, arguing extensively, and I have no idea. Okay, hopefully, I mean, that was the brief answer because everything was a shock. Thank you so much once again. We really appreciate you. We're a wonderful audience, and we especially appreciate the fact that instead of the happy hour, you were here with us. Thank you. Okay, one more thing. I mean, you are free to leave, but we were listening to your questions very attentively. And the person who've asked the best question will get a special prize from Logos IT that we prepared, wherever and whoever you are. The same applies to the next presentation. That is why you really should go and listen to Fyodor and ask a smart question, because you have a chance to win another prize from Logos IT. And we're not telling you what the prize is, but believe me, it's good enough. You'll enjoy it. Thank you.
Буквально за 2 хвилинки у нас тут буде
In 2 minutes, we are going to have a report about the prospects about the industry of translations. So please be here. Our report, there will be the last one for today. So the Linguistic Center, Anastasia Struk is in translation industry all her life, and it's not exaggeration. She's been working there actually together with the company, and the company was grown together with the company, and she knows more than anybody else, and that means that she knows it pretty well, and she chose the career wisely. And Anastasia is wants to add new services, extend geographically, and also get new services. Anastasia is also an organizer for different events, including translation and events like conferences. Tatiana Anastasia made her way from a project manager to the head of the translation department. And today we are going to speak about a renewal of a brand of translation field in Ukraine. Hello, welcome everybody. Today we want to speak about the brand of translation field. What do we do with it? And the basis of our research was a surveying from 743 respondents. We wanted to ask the opinions from all the participants. So we asked students, freelancers, representatives of agencies, PMs, and business owners. But first of all, we would like to get to know each other better. My name is Olena Glivinska. I studied to be an interpreter and translator, and I was a freelancer translator. Right after the university, I started working in the localization department in the translation agency, and later I became the head of it. Not only am I this translator, but I also manage some. I was able to get to know the translation field in many spheres. My name is Anastasia Struk. As Ola mentioned, all my life that I remember, I've been in this field. Actually, my choice had been made, and I don't feel sorry about it. I and Elena, we have this opportunity to speak to people who are experienced, who have been in this industry for a long time, both with the students and the school children who want and aspire to be translators. So people, ideas who are in the business for many years are different from those who want to enter this business. So I would like to ask a question. What associations do you have with the translation industry? On the floor, probably somebody. Okay, then. We had prepared something, and we asked the same question from in our survey, and they answered a little bit more than you. So these are the questions: technologies, versatility, inspiration. It's all about money. Also, the one that we like, it's Linguistic Center, the name of our company. But not everything was that positive. A lot of people said about some negative associations. Our respondents sometimes speak about this field that not being cool, about no social benefits, no room to develop, and probably a lot of people understand why such associations evolve. And we split our categories up to 25 years old, people who do not have that experience, and more than 25 years old that know about the industry a little bit more. And it happened, so after the analysis, that 62% of the people after 25 years old, they said positively about the industry. At the same time, people before 25 years old were not that positively minded. So what's wrong and what has to be done? We found out, following the results of our survey, that many students asked a question about whether they made the right choice or not. So they, a lot of them speak about being in different, about recognition, about being in different translation associations. So some kind of self-esteem, and nobody speaks about going further steps on the career. Also, the development of MT and neurological technology also probably hinders the development of this, and a lot of school children don't want to go further and enter into this profession. And also the ratio between the efforts made and the income taken cannot be comparable. For example, to compare with the IT people, the translators have to invest more efforts. And education of translators is a different thing. A lot of times it is more theoretical than practical. And very often that theoretical knowledge cannot be applied well in practice. And unfortunately, many teachers at the chairs of translation, they are theoreticians. They are not practical people, but there are not enough workshops where the translation are willing to share their classes, their knowledge. We still don't have enough of those. And also a lot of translators speak about invisibility. We all want to be recognized, to be seen. But if you are a translator and you write translation, not many people see you. And a lot of people are not connected with, who are not connected with the translation industry. They just look at the translator as an instrument. Really, it's a person who studied a lot and
So if we take it all together, the situation with the translation industry is as follows from our point of view. The translator's profession is not so trendy as it used to be before. A translator is a person who knows the language. That was the previous vision. Nowadays, lots of people who are not even in the translation industry can do the same. Many conferences and while communicating with the business owners, I've heard that it is quite a problem, a real problem, to involve people into this sphere. People keep leaving the company, rather they are dissatisfied with the wages or with the opportunities. Of course, the quality also is damaged in the situation. Due to the fact there are no certain standards which would distinguish which translation is appropriate, which is not, the notion of quality is quite vague. Of course, this situation cannot influence the attitude to the translations. Not everything is so bad, because we can change ourselves, all those negative tendencies. If we take the bull by the horns, what can we suggest? We can suggest such 3 strategies. The first strategy is to recognize the changes. We understand that globalization doesn't, and it is an endless process. The companies want to come into the international market, not only national. The necessity for translation is only increasing with this situation. We should understand that translation industry is changing and is transformed due to the changes which are in the market. On the margin of the translation and other industries, there are different technologies, different things appear. If a person doesn't like purely the translation, he or she can find something on the margin. For example, such a notion as localization. A lot of professionals already know what localization means, but unfortunately students and children, they somehow do not understand, they still haven't come across this notion. Localization is a kind of interesting and versatile notion. It may include lots of topicalities, video games, and a lot of other things. Another thing which is developed is the transcreation of the ads, which is very popular in any market, necessary for people to buy different services or goods. They need the ads, they need the commercials. If somebody is dealing with the transcreation of the ads, he or she may make use of his knowledge of translation, knowledge of market, etc. Video translation is another sphere which is widely developed nowadays, especially within the period of the quarantine. We have lots of lessons, workshops in the world which are to be translated. The video content has been prevailing in the internet for quite a while. That's why we need the subtitling, audio-visual translation. A very interesting notion is a voice search. It is considered that within the nearest time, all the searches in the internet will not be printed, but the voice searches. Respectfully, the companies need the linguists who can predict what people might be talking, what people might say, because things which we tell, which we talk, they might be quite different from what we are writing. And the necessity for the specialists who are able to analyze the samples of the voice, samples from the users, which are to be translated, summarized, made different notations in order to create a database with the technologies of voice recognition and to make the improvement in satisfying the needs of the users. Generally, those were the examples, just a couple of examples of those perspectives of translation in the future, which are quite interesting, but not very well known to everybody. What we had to do, we just have to figure out things about them, information about them, and follow this situation. Another strategy is very important. It's a personal branding. Everybody is talking about, it's much spoken about. We have just to think how important it is, because every industry includes humans, includes people who are the elements of this industry. Of course, in translation industry, people are most likely introverts, but we have to realize that the world has changed. We have heard a nice report from Sabina, who was telling us in her speech about it. If you are even a very mighty, a very professional specialist in the industry, what's the point if nobody knows about you? The things you can do, you have to make your page, your internet page, and make people know about you. Partnership, that is also an example which works, which means that there are people who know something that you might not even know about, and working together you can create a high-quality product. Now I want to demonstrate you our most favorite example of partnership, which was built up taking into account all those three strategies we have mentioned today. We applied it while preparing the Translators Contest Lviv European.
Take a look around me, taking pages from a magazine, looking for the answer ever since we were 17. You know, truth can be a weapon to fight the war of ill intentions. New answer to the same question. How many times will you learn the same lesson? Got it all wrong.
Там потім переможники, ми вручаємо і все класно, і гарно. Отож, що ми хотіли сказати?
So what we wanted to tell, translation is really cool, interesting. What we all have to do is to realize that we have to deliver this thought to the young generation of the industry which are just trying to enter into it. Take care, stay safe, because we are really worth it. Thank you, girls, for such an inspiring speech, very optimistic. It's really great that the representatives of young generation are ambassadors of our industry. Hooray, we have the future. Any questions? Thank you for your speech. It's very clear. I could clearly understand what are the visions from the youth on the industry, translation industry, and I've heard a lot of them, a lot of those views. As far as I belong to them, I'm one of the young representatives of translation industry. So the question is as follows. What do you think are the most perspective trends in the development as the organizers of the translation contest? What think are the perspectives? We have limitless perspectives. Thank you for the question. Thank you for winning in the contest. What we really want to do is to make the contest of the ministry level for everybody to understand the importance of the contest on the governmental level. We want the school children to influence their entering the educational establishments, especially those who win in the contest. So we want to develop the idea. We want the information about the contest to go to different parts of Ukraine. I was very happy to see the contestants from different parts of Ukraine. So my aim is to encourage a great number of young generation, not to discourage them, but to show them everything faithfully. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of young representatives here. There might have been more. For me, the real representatives of the industry are the real generations. We can see what the translation world in Ukraine is. So for me, the best thing we can do is to encourage the young generation into the industry. All those who want to support us, we appreciate it. Thank you, girls. You have a very noble aim. Good luck to you. Any questions? Thank you, girls.
На цьому наша сьогоднішня програма на потоці мистецтво перекладу завершена.
The program for today's Art of Translation is over. See you tomorrow. Have a good evening.
Там, где Zoom или Teams, вы можете вместо того, чтобы это все скачивать, скормить программе ссылку и получить результат, тем самым значительно ускорив свою работу. То есть для нас вот здесь очень интересно несколько сервисов, которые умеют распознавать украинский, потому что часть сервисов работает вообще только с английским принципиально. Есть такой мегапопулярный сервис Otter, но он, в общем-то, не совсем по нашей специальности. Я упомянул его здесь только потому, что он предельно популярен, насколько я знаю, вот в своей области. Он нужен для транскрипта, для журналистов, которые часто делают записи, или для записей вот, конференций рабочих. Если вам нужно, не обязательно иметь там стопроцентное качество, вам нужно просто по ключевым словам находить потом что-то из записи ваших конференций. Если у вас регулярно проводится в офисе конференции на какую-то тему, то это достаточно удобная штука. Что из них я еще хотел бы отметить? В принципе, разметку спикеров они умеют делать все. И большая часть из них, которая предназначена именно для транскрипта, она умеет работать с примечаниями. Вы к каждому сегменту, к каждому приложению можете ставить примечания и общаться, не только, например, не только для себя. Там, я не разобрал эту фразу, нужно спросить у клиента. Вы можете общаться с коллегами и помогать друг другу тем самым. То есть хайлайт и все это дело присутствует. Вот, собственно, как выглядят 4 программы, которые я отобрал. Вот это редактор уже вот распознанный текст распознанное приглашение Леонида. Вот видите, вот Take 2020 вместо UTIC. Но для них есть несколько общих вещей. Они поддерживают выделение, они поддерживают отмену и возврат, то есть undo, redo. Очень важная фишка, они поддерживают управление скоростью воспроизведения. То есть если вы видите, что текст распознался хорошо, вы в нем уверены, то вы можете ускорить звук, там даже в 2-3 для того, чтобы сэкономить время. Или наоборот, если вы плохо расслышали какую-то часть, вы можете замедлить это все и прослушать еще раз. Очень важная фишка, что текст здесь, в принципе, во всех синхронизирован с видео. Вы, если что-то не понимаете или хотите что-то проверить, вы курсором щелкаете где угодно, и звук начинает идти там, за секунду до этого момента. То есть, если вы что-то не расслышали, вам не нужно дергать указателем, ползунком в медиаплеере или в окне YouTube, потому что вы можете просто щелкнуть и слушать. И когда какое-то сложное слово, или вы не понимаете, что там быстро говорит докладчик, это правда очень удобно. Поддерживается Find Replace. Вот мы видим слева, например, указан спикер. Следующий скрин с программой Happy Scribe. Они, в принципе, все достаточно похожи. То есть можно подобрать, который более удобный для вас. Видите, вот сверху есть кнопочка Translate. Вот, например, в Happy Scribe. Часть за перевод денег не берет, что странно, а часть списывает ваши минуты. То есть после того, как вы отредактировали текст, в данном случае это русский, вы можете его перевести на любой язык и дальше экспортировать в форматы или что угодно, если вам не нужно экспортировать его в CAT. Так, работаем, не работаем. Что происходит? Вот еще одна софтина называется Simon Says. В принципе, она такая дружелюбная, приятная. Вот такой у нее интерфейс. И видите, вот там бесплатный кредит 10 минут. Так, то ли кнопка не работает, то ли я поломался. А вот мой, собственно, фаворит. Он, к сожалению, украинский не поддерживает, насколько я помню, но он замечательно работает с английским и с русским. Очень user-friendly, то есть я как только нашел, мы за день сделали вот этот вот часовой, больше чем час транскрипт, и все остались очень довольны. Здесь у него есть такая замечательная фишка, я ее не включил, но она выделяет, может точнее выделять подсветкой разного цвета места, в которых оно уверенно и не уверенно. То есть если вы видите, что текст, например, условно говоря, зеленый, вы можете просто пробежать глазами. Если текст желтый, желательно прослушать. Если красный, прослушать обязательно. Потому что там программа честно признается, не смогла я, простите. Дальше мы можем что угодно. Мы можем шерить, можем делать embed, можем экспортировать в куче форматов. Теперь остался тоже интересный вопрос, как собственно, мы их будем сравнивать. Вот, качество распознавания, удобство редактора, наличие нормального триала. Это тоже важно, потому что иногда нам нужно просто редко перевести какую-то, транскрибировать там 10, 15, 20, 30 минут, неважно. И никто не хочет, как мы в свое время не хотели, покупать софт какой-то, устанавливать его, это долго, дорого. Зачем, если можно найти сервис с триалом, если он вам нужен раз в году, загнать и воспользоваться. Поддержка украинского и русского и стоимость, соответственно, часа. Потому что если вы начнете пользоваться этими сервисами и будете это делать регулярно, я уверен в том, что вы перейдете на платную версию, как это сделали мы, потому что деньги очень небольшие за такое удобство, правда. Вот тоже важный слайд. Я выбрал всего 4. 2 из них умеют понимать украинский, 2 нет, то есть, но они понимают русский. 2 из них поддерживают словарь, 3 из них умеют переводить. Редактор, оценка максимальная 10, это мое субъективное мнение. Просто мне показался очень удобным Sonix, например. Мне в нем работается удобнее. Стоимость часа вы видите на экране, то есть Sonix тоже как бы самый дешевый получается. У него триал на полчаса. Этого, причем если вы используете 2 минуты, остальные там 28 у вас останутся. И вы можете пользоваться ними бесконечно, пока оно не закончится. Потом все равно купите. Ну, $10 за час материала, это правда, это совсем смешно. С примечаниями работают все. Качество распознавания здесь немножко оно вылазит, к сожалению, но тем не менее видно. В принципе, заявление Google о том, что их система понимает с точностью 95%, они соответствуют действительности, не только у Google. Не все компании пишут, какие движки они используют, потому что некоторые вообще говорят, мы только английский знаем и все, и другие знать не хотим. Как я получил эту цифру, вот оценку качества работы программы? Есть такой замечательный сервис CopyLeaks, и на нем есть сервис сравнения текстов. Тексты сравниваются на уровне не только вот различия по буквам, да, вот n-gram метод и прочие вещи. То есть там можно сравнивать по-разному, в том числе, если использовано похожее слово. Ну, на самом деле спикер сказал что-то по-другому, а в тексте было написано, немножко синоним был написан. То есть это тоже засчитывается. И после этого вы получаете, потыкав в разные настройки интересные, получаете результат, насколько эти 2 текста схожи. Вообще сервис как бы изначально для того, чтобы ловить плагиаторов и проверять свой текст на автентичность, но тем не менее, вот здесь он получился очень-очень удобным. Опять же, вот мой выбор здесь Sonix, но я рекомендую посмотреть, потыкать, попробовать все. Собственно, все. Надеюсь, я не сильно вас задержал в этот замечательный вечер пятницы. Если есть вопросы, welcome. Напоминаю, у нас есть приз.
Большое спасибо, Федор. Сразу же такой вот вопрос. А как же ж автосубтитры в Ютубе?
Отличный вопрос, спасибо за него. Мы раньше пользовались этой штукой, но, во-первых, там есть ограничения по времени.
Ну, да.
Во-вторых, вам нужно ждать. То есть нужно на свой аккаунт, если тем более это частный какой-то материал и конфиденциальный, то есть вам нужно трижды проверить в том, что это будет ваше частное видео, и на свой страх и риск сюда его залить. Дальше вы ждете, причем можете пождать достаточно долго, YouTube вам ничего не обещает.
Ну, на следующий день обычно.
Вот, на следующий день, да, но вы же хотите, мы же говорим о том, что ситуация вот такая, сейчас. Что нам нужно сейчас это получить, ну, правда? Да. И не факт в том, что оно распознает, потому что у нас были случаи, когда мы заливали тексты, ну, видео с такими вещами, а оно не заливалось. Кроме того, для того, чтобы работать таким образом с YouTube, вам нужно все-таки заливать туда видео. Если у вас только аудио, вам придется конвертировать видео с пустым черным экраном. Это неудобно, правда. Ну, вот мы так пробовали, мы так раньше делали, но нам это не понравилось. Ну, надеюсь, я ответил на ваш вопрос. Спасибо.
Ну, большое спасибо, Федор. Очень познавательно. Сейчас следующий вопрос. Даю микрофон.
Здравствуйте, Федор. Спасибо за замечательную презентацию. У меня 2 вопроса. Первый ради смеха, риторический. Понятно, что машины нас заменят. Вопрос, когда? Сколько у нас времени, грубо говоря, год или 10 лет? Второй вопрос. Я работаю с греческим языком. который Google жует очень слабо, очень смешно. Знаете ли вы какой-нибудь подобный волшебный сервис, который работает с греческим языком, может быть? Спасибо.
Спасибо за вопрос. Значит, касательно первого, он такой философский. Смотрите, вот на экране текст, распознанный автоматически. Я, к сожалению, не могу его сейчас увеличить, но уверяю вас, что вот эта вот 95% точность, она работает в случае, когда человек спокойно, аккуратно, четко выговаривает все слова. Когда 10 человек ругаются между собой на переговорах, то ни про какие 95% речи идти в принципе не может. И даже если у нас остается вот эти 5%, даже на вот таком материале, без человека не обойтись все равно. Это вот прям как машинный перевод. Он максимально ускоряет работу по возможности, но при этом он никогда не заменит здесь человека. То есть вы никогда не ловили себя на том, как вы ругаетесь на Google Assistant или на Siri, который не хочет понимать, куда ехать там, или вот, то есть отправляет вас по другому адресу. Вот. Время есть. Касательно греческого, к сожалению, не подскажу. Но опять же, если вы зайдете на G2 и посмотрите, допустим, список, там есть, как правило, список поддерживаемых языков. И если система поддерживает Google, то, возможно, там как раз есть греческий.
Я 5 копеек добавлю. Греческий вполне возможно. Проверьте айфончик. У кого-то возьмите айфончик, попробуйте что-то сказать на греческом. Возможно, он превзойдет ваши ожидания. Вот так в 2014 году я айфончику говорил що-то українською мовою, а він же ж, зараза, все правильно написав. Но там свои были ограничения, там, то есть там, ну...
Но учтите, что Google, как правило, воспринимает гораздо лучше. То есть при рейтингование 3 движков искусственного интеллекта Google превышает на порядок то, что есть у Siri.
Я поняла, спасибо.
У меня есть еще здесь ремарка, я забыл, меня Леша просил ее упомянуть обязательно, вот мы с ним спорили, он говорит, вот вчера, вот, у меня 6 часов материала, мне нужно его не только, мне не нужно его транскрибировать, мне нужно его перевести. То есть я сижу, я его включаю, его синхроню. Говорю, Леша, ну смотри, вот ты начинаешь синхронить материал. Перед тем, как это сделать, ты загоняешь эти 6 часов материала в, например, в тот же Sonix, включаешь распознавалку и дальше продолжаешь себе синхронить. Потому что там какие-то несколько десятков долларов на таком материале, это в любом случае несущественные деньги. Когда этот материал будет готов, у тебя будет подстрочник, ты можешь продолжать дальше синхронить, но у тебя перед глазами будет текст, о чем докладчики будут говорить дальше. То есть тебе не обязательно даже его читать, он не обязательно будет правильным. Это как подстрочник в МП. Ты будешь просто глазами ловить ключевые слова, и тебе, как переводчику, как синхронисту, будет значительно легче потом переводить. Меньше будет пауз, меньше информации будет теряться. Вот он с этим тоже согласился. Поэтому даже если вы берете материал, вы в себе уверены и хотите его синхронить, если вам не жалко потратить там какие-то деньги, или если материал там 30 минут, например, вписывается в триал, ну, я считаю это эффективно. Или если очень жалко денег, можно просто зайти под новым аккаунтом и поделить файл на куски. Ну, честно говоря, это рано или поздно вам это надоест, и вы просто заплатите эти $10. Так, спасибо. Еще вопросы?
Ирина, онлайн мовчить. Все, тогда... О, еще?
Я опять с практическим вопросом, который немножко отличается от темы презентации. Тут для interpreters, что для translators и какие, может быть, программы посоветуете, которые работают с катулсами, чтобы не набирать руками, а щелкаешь сегмент, наговариваешь и адекватно распознается. Есть такое?
Мой честный совет в данном случае – это научиться все-таки быстро печатать, потому что вы делаете это один раз в жизни, и после этого меня лично никто не заставит наговаривать тексты, я их только печатаю. Есть много таких сервисов, да даже на мобильных телефонах. Есть Dragon Naturally Speaking, он стоит каких-то денег. Но вот такие вот кат-тулы, чтобы можно было щелкнуть, я про них не слышал, честно.
опять 5 копеек добавляю. Есть тоже к сожалению, только для айфончиков. Вот на них вот весь... Нет.
К сожалению,
не заплатили, и у меня айфона нету. Я по этому поводу очень как бы вот чувствую себя... Ну, я не хочу его брать в принципе. Вот. Но есть Hey MMQ, которое вот приложение для айфона, которое диктуешь даже на украинском. Вот, и в твой MMQ сравнительно новая версия, оно тебе все вставляет. Но это тоже есть ограничения по тематике. То есть, если человек всю жизнь занимался контрактами, он это все видит и может диктовать со скоростью звука, как говорится, переводить с английского на русский или украинский, все то, что ему 100 лет назад было уже известно, все стандартные избитые фразы, грубо говоря. Или какой-то медик, ну, медицинский переводчик, который уже тоже собаку съел там, на каких-то своих геморроях, скажем прямо. И вот на эту тему он может смотреть, диктовать и не думать. Вот,
здесь же речь шла, насколько я понимаю, про Cat-Tool какой-нибудь, который поддержит голосовой.
И диктовать Cat-Tool. Диктовать Cat-Tool. Да, Hey MMQ есть такая вот штука, но она, к сожалению, на Android еще не выпущена. Гады.
Ну что ж, спасибо, будем знать. Ну, честно, моя рекомендация просто печатать и печатать. Есть замечательная куча онлайн-тренажеров, которые разрабатывают скорость печати.
Ну, есть случаи, когда человек сломал руку.
Да,
или даже две.
Носом, я не знаю. Сори.
Большое спасибо, Федор.
Не за что. Вопросы будут еще или нет? Нет вопросов. Ну окей, значит,
ничто нас не держит между нами и ужином.
Нет, держит, секундочку, извините. Значит, да.
Последнее слово.
Я хотел на самом деле упомянуть про Google, про YouTube и как это можно делать с помощью YouTube бесплатно. Да? Я к своему стыду забыл это сделать, ну прошу меня простить, потому что все-таки пятница вечер, день был сложным. Но мне вот очень понравился вот в этом плане вопрос Вацлава, да. И поэтому я считаю, что приз должен получить именно он.
Спасибо.
Поэтому кота мы вынимаем из мешка, причем специальный мешок был ютиковский, чтобы было непонятно, что у нас там. А теперь мы смотрим, и Вацлав наверняка посчитает, что это близко к его профессиональной деятельности, да и вы все.
Давай, Леня, как Дед Мороз. Да, это у нас касается как раз распознавания звука и качества записи. Ну,
спасибо большое.
Да, чтобы ваши записи были crystal clear. Спасибо всем за внимание. Теперь можно ужинать, наверное, если дадут.
Можно я вас сниму? Конечно, конечно. Чтобы было, как сказать, сложу все.